Welcome back to the podcast. Let's go back to around 1300 years before the birth of Christ. Something was stirring in the heart of Europe. Not a single moment, not one conquest or migration. Instead, a slow transformation was taking place among the scattered communities living along the rivers and forests of the continent's central belt. These people didn't yet have a name that history would remember. They didn't build empires or write chronicles, but over the next 1,000 years, they would spread across nearly the entire European landmass, becoming one of the most influential cultures the ancient world had ever seen. The story of how that happened begins not with kings or battles, but with fire, iron, and the dead. In the valleys of what is now Austria, southern Germany, and the Czech Republic, communities had been practicing a peculiar burial custom for generations. When someone died, their body was burned. The ashes were collected and placed in ceramic urns, then buried in vast fields alongside hundreds, sometimes thousands of others. These cemeteries, sprawling and silent, gave this culture its name, the Urnfield people. They flourished during the Late Bronze Age, roughly from 1200 to 700 BCE, and they were the ancestors of the Celts. But they didn't know that. They were simply living, farming, trading, and dying in a world that was about to change forever. The Urnfield culture stretched across a wide band of Central Europe, from the upper Danube River basin into parts of modern France, Switzerland, and northern Italy. These weren't isolated villages. They were interconnected communities linked by rivers, trade routes, and shared customs. They worked bronze into tools, weapons, and ornaments. They raised cattle, sheep, and pigs. They grew barley and wheat in cleared fields. And they buried their dead in ways that suggest a deep concern with the afterlife, with memory, and with continuity. But bronze was becoming scarce. Tin, one of its essential components, had to be imported from distant lands. Copper was more common, but still limited. As populations grew and resources stretched thin, people began looking for alternatives. That search would lead them to iron. Iron had been known for centuries, but it was difficult to work. It required higher temperatures than bronze, more sophisticated furnaces, and greater skill to forge into usable shapes. But iron ore was abundant. It could be found in bogs, stream beds, and hillsides across Europe. Once communities figured out how to smelt and shape it reliably, everything changed. Iron tools were harder and held an edge longer than bronze. Iron weapons were more durable and could be produced in greater numbers. The spread of ironworking technology didn't happen overnight, but by around 800 BCE, it was becoming widespread across the Urnfield territories. This shift marked the beginning of the Iron Age in Europe, and with it, the emergence of a new culture. Around 700 BCE, a settlement in the Austrian Alps became a focal point of wealth, power, and innovation. Hallstatt, perched near a salt-rich mountain, was perfectly positioned to exploit one of the ancient world's most valuable resources. Salt wasn't just a seasoning. It was essential for preserving meat, curing hides, and maintaining health. It was so valuable that it was often used as currency. The people of Hallstatt controlled access to vast underground salt deposits, and they grew rich from it. Archaeological excavations at the site have revealed over 1,300 burials, many containing grave goods of astonishing quality: bronze vessels, iron swords, gold jewellery, amber beads, and imported pottery from Greece and Italy. These weren't the graves of ordinary farmers. They were the resting places of chieftains, warriors, and elites who commanded trade networks stretching across Europe. The Hallstatt culture, named after this site, represents the first clearly identifiable phase of Celtic civilization. It flourished from roughly 700 to 450 BCE and spread across a broad region encompassing modern Austria, southern Germany, Switzerland, eastern France, and parts of the Czech Republic and Hungary. What made Hallstatt culture distinct wasn't just its wealth or its ironworking. It was the combination of technological sophistication, social complexity, and long-distance trade that set it apart. These communities controlled key river routes: the Danube, the Rhine, the Rhone, and the Seine. Goods flowed along these waterways in both directions. From the south came wine, olive oil, fine pottery, and bronze vessels crafted by Greek and Etruscan artisans. From the north came furs, amber, slaves, and raw materials. The Hallstatt Celts sat at the centre of this exchange, acting as middlemen, producers, and consumers. But this wasn't a unified state. There was no Celtic king ruling from a capital city. Instead, the Hallstatt world was a patchwork of tribal territories, each controlled by a local chieftain or aristocratic family. These leaders derived their power from land ownership, control of trade routes, and their ability to reward loyal warriors with gifts of weapons, jewelry, and livestock. Society was hierarchical, but not rigidly so. At the top were the ruling families and their kin. Below them were the warriors, men who fought for their chiefs and were often buried with their weapons. Then came the skilled craftsmen, blacksmiths, bronze workers, potters, and jewelers. These artisans enjoyed a respected position because their skills were essential to the community's prosperity and prestige. Beneath them were the farmers and herders who made up the majority of the population, and at the very bottom were slaves, usually captives taken in raids or purchased through trade. What's striking about Hallstatt society is that it wasn't entirely closed. A farmer's son could, with talent and opportunity, become a skilled craftsman. A warrior who distinguished himself in battle could rise in status and wealth. This wasn't a meritocracy in the modern sense, but it wasn't a completely rigid caste system either. Success and ability mattered. Alongside birth and lineage, this flexibility may have been one reason the culture spread so effectively. People could move between tribes, marry into new communities, and adopt new customs without losing their identity. Religion permeated every aspect of life. The Hallstatt Celts worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, though we know frustratingly little about them from this early period. They left no written records, and much of what we know comes from later sources or archaeological finds. But we do know they made offerings to deities in natural settings: springs, rivers, groves of trees, and mountaintops. They deposited valuable objects, weapons, and sometimes human remains in watery places, likely as gifts to the gods. This practice would continue throughout Celtic history, suggesting a belief that water was a threshold between the human world and the divine. Among the most important figures in Hallstatt society were the Druids, though their role in this early period is less clear than it would become later. Druids were not simply priests. They were judges, advisors, healers, and keepers of tradition. They memorized vast amounts of oral knowledge, genealogies, laws, poems, and myths. Training to become a druid could take 20 years, and the knowledge was never written down. This wasn't because the Celts were illiterate. They had contact with literate cultures like the Greeks and Etruscans. But the Druids deliberately kept their knowledge oral, perhaps to maintain exclusivity and control. A Druid's word carried immense weight. They could settle disputes, interpret omens, and advise chieftains on matters of war and peace. They were exempt from military service and paid no taxes. In some cases, they could excommunicate individuals from religious festivals, effectively making them social outcasts. This was a powerful sanction in a world where community and belonging were everything. By the mid-5th century BCE, the Hallstatt culture was beginning to transform. New influences were flowing in from the Mediterranean, particularly from the Greek colonies in southern France and the Etruscan city-states in northern Italy. Trade intensified. artistic styles evolved, and a new cultural phase emerged, centered not in Austria, but further west, in what is now eastern France and Switzerland. This was the Latin culture, named after a site on the shores of Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland. Latin represented both continuity and innovation. It inherited the ironworking expertise, social structures, and religious traditions of Hallstatt. But it developed a distinctive artistic style that would become the signature of Celtic culture. Latin art is immediately recognizable. It features swirling, curvilinear designs, abstract geometric patterns, and stylized representations of animals, birds, and human faces. Unlike the rigid, symmetrical art of Greece and Rome, Latin art is fluid, dynamic, and often playful. It decorates everything from weapons and shields to jewelry, pottery, and even chariot fittings. This wasn't art for art's sake. It was a visual language that communicated identity, status, and belonging. A warrior carrying a shield adorned with Latin designs was announcing to the world that he was part of this culture, this community, this way of life. The Latin Celts were also more mobile than their Hallstatt predecessors. From around 450 BCE onward, Celtic groups began moving out of their Central European heartland in all directions. They migrated south into northern Italy, west into what would become France and Spain, north into the lands that are now the Netherlands and Belgium, and east into the Balkans and beyond. This wasn't a single coordinated invasion. It was a series of migrations, raids, settlements, and expansions driven by population pressure, opportunities for trade, and the lure of fertile land. Some groups were invited by local rulers as mercenaries. Others carved out territories by force. Still others settled peacefully alongside existing populations, gradually spreading their language and customs. By 400 BCE, Celtic tribes had established themselves in the Po Valley of northern Italy, displacing or absorbing the Etruscan communities there. Around the same time, other groups were pushing into the Iberian Peninsula, where they would eventually merge with local populations to form the Celtiberian culture. In what is now France, Celtic tribes were consolidating control over vast territories, transforming the region into what the Romans would later call Gaul. And across the Channel, Celtic peoples were settling in Britain and Ireland, bringing with them their language, their metalworking techniques, and their social structures. This expansion wasn't driven by a desire for empire. The Celts didn't conquer territories to build a unified state. Each tribe remained independent, governed by its own chieftain or council of elders. But they shared enough in common, language, art, religion, and social customs that they were recognizable as part of a broader cultural world. When a Celt from Gaul met a Celt from Britain, they might not speak exactly the same dialect, but they could understand each other. They worshipped similar gods, followed similar laws, and appreciated similar art. This shared identity, despite political fragmentation, is what made the Celts so distinctive and so influential. The economy of the Celtic world was built on agriculture, but it was trade that made it thrive. Iron remained a crucial commodity. Celtic blacksmiths were renowned for their skill, producing not just weapons and tools, but also intricate decorative items. Salt continued to be a major export, particularly from the Alpine regions. Furs, leather, and livestock were traded widely, and the Celts also dealt in human cargo. Slaves captured in raids or wars were sold to Mediterranean merchants in exchange for luxury goods. In return, the Celts imported wine from Greece and Italy, which became a status symbol among the elite. They also acquired fine pottery, bronze vessels, glass beads, coral, and amber. These exotic items were not just possessions. They were symbols of power, wealth, and connection to the wider world. Rivers were the highways of the ancient world, and the Celts controlled many of the most important ones. The Rhine linked the North Sea to the Alps. The Danube connected Central Europe to the Black Sea. The Rhone and Seine provided access to the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. Communities located along these waterways prospered, serving as hubs of exchange and communication. Goods didn't just move along these routes. Ideas moved too. New technologies, artistic styles, religious practices, and political concepts. The Celtic world was never isolated. It was always in contact, always absorbing influences, always adapting. What's remarkable is how quickly this culture spread. Within just a few centuries, Celtic languages and customs had reached from the Atlantic coast of Ireland to the highlands of central Anatolia. This wasn't the result of a single migration wave. It was a gradual, complex process involving movement of people, adoption of culture by non-Celtic groups, and intermarriage between communities. In some regions, Celtic culture was imposed by conquest. In others, it was adopted voluntarily because it offered advantages, better metalworking technology, access to trade networks, or a prestigious identity. But beneath this expansion lay a constant tension. The Celtic world was never politically unified, and it never would be. Tribes competed for resources, raided each other's territories, and formed shifting alliances. Warfare was endemic, not because the Celts were uniquely violent, but because it was woven into the fabric of their society. A young warrior proved himself in battle. A chieftain maintained his authority by leading successful raids and distributing plunder to his followers. Honor, reputation, and glory were earned through combat, and they could be lost just as quickly. This warrior culture would become one of the defining features of the Celts in the eyes of their neighbours, particularly the Greeks and Romans, who viewed them with a mixture of admiration, fear, and contempt. By 300 BCE, the Celtic world had reached its greatest extent. Celtic tribes controlled most of what is now France, Belgium, Switzerland, Austria, southern Germany, northern Italy, large parts of Spain, Britain, Ireland, and even territories in the Balkans and Anatolia. They had become one of the dominant cultures of ancient Europe, rivaling the Greeks and the emerging power of Rome. But this dominance wasn't built on centralized authority or imperial ambition. It was built on shared culture, adaptability, and the relentless energy of a people who had learned to thrive in the forests, mountains, and river valleys of a vast and diverse continent. And the story of how they got there, from the urn fields of the Bronze Age to the hill forts and oppida of the Iron Age, is a story of transformation, innovation, and the enduring power of culture to shape the world. The warrior culture that defined the Celts wasn't simply about violence. It was the engine that drove their entire social order. Every aspect of Celtic life, from economics to politics to religion, orbited around the central fact that honor was won through combat and status was maintained through displays of martial prowess. This wasn't unique to the Celts, but they perfected it into something almost theatrical. Picture a Celtic warrior preparing for battle. He strips naked, or nearly so, covering his body in spiraling blue woad patterns. He oils his hair into stiff spikes or braids decorated with bronze rings. Around his neck sits a heavy gold torque, marking him as a man of rank. In one hand, a long iron sword. In the other, a wooden shield faced with bronze or leather. He doesn't wear armor unless he's extraordinarily wealthy, because armor is heavy, expensive, and frankly, not the point. The point is to be seen, to be heard, to project such overwhelming ferocity that the enemy breaks before the fighting even starts. Before the armies meet, warriors step forward individually. They shout their lineage, their victories, the names of enemies they've killed. They hurl insults at the opposing side, mocking their courage, their ancestors, their manhood. The noise is deafening. Hundreds of men bellowing at once, accompanied by the rhythmic clash of swords on shields and the shrieking of war horns. It's psychological warfare refined to an art form, and against undisciplined or unprepared opponents, it worked devastatingly well. Then comes the charge, not the measured advance of Roman legions, but a wild, furious sprint. Celtic warriors slam into enemy lines like a human avalanche, relying on momentum and sheer aggression to shatter formations. For armies unused to this kind of attack, it's overwhelming. Panic spreads. Lines collapse. What was an organized force becomes a fleeing mob. This tactic brought the Celts victory after victory in the early centuries of their expansion, but there's a weakness built into this system. Celtic armies weren't professional. They were temporary gatherings of warriors who owed loyalty to their chieftain, not to some abstract state. When the battle was won, the army dissolved. Everyone went home. There was no standing military, no permanent infrastructure of command. And when facing an enemy who didn't break, who maintained discipline under pressure, the Celtic charge became a liability. But that problem lay in the future. For now, Celtic warriors were among the most feared fighters in Europe. Warfare wasn't just external, it was internal too. Tribes raided each other constantly. Feuds persisted for generations, and cattle rustling was practically a sport. This endemic conflict served multiple functions. It provided opportunities for young men to prove themselves. It allowed chieftains to reward followers with plunder. It maintained a warrior culture in peacetime. And it prevented any single tribe from accumulating enough power to dominate the others. The Celtic world remained fragmented, not because they couldn't unite, but because their entire social system was built around competition between local leaders. Beneath the warriors stood the druids, and they wielded a different kind of power entirely. Druids were priests, yes, but that barely scratches the surface of what they did. They were judges who settled disputes according to customary law. They were teachers who trained the next generation of druids in oral tradition. They were advisors to kings, interpreters of omens, keepers of genealogies, and performers of sacrifices. In a society without written law codes or centralized government, druids provided the connective tissue that held everything together. Training to become a druid took 20 years. 20 years of memorizing laws, myths, genealogies, religious formulas, and ritual procedures. All of this was transmitted orally, deliberately kept from being written down. Some scholars think this was because the Celts couldn't write. That's not quite right. They could write when they needed to, using Greek or Latin alphabets for inscriptions and trade documents. But the Druids chose not to record their knowledge. This kept it exclusive, protected, under their control. It also meant that when the Druids eventually disappeared, most of what they knew vanished with them. Druids held remarkable authority. They could excommunicate someone from religious festivals, which in practical terms meant social death. No one would trade with you, marry you, or defend you. You became an outcast in your own community. This gave Druids enormous leverage in disputes. They also claimed exemption from military service and taxes, privileges that reflected their status as a separate class. Kings might rule, but Druids advised, and smart rulers listened. Their religious duties were equally important. The Celtic cosmos was crowded with gods and goddesses, spirits and supernatural beings. There were major deities worshipped across large regions. Lugus, the many-skilled god associated with kingship and craftsmanship. Taranis, the thunder god. Kanunos, the horned god of wild things. But there were also countless local spirits tied to specific places, rivers, springs, groves, hills. A particular oak tree might have its own resident deity. A bend in a river could be sacred. The landscape itself was alive with supernatural presence. Worship involved offerings, weapons thrown into lakes, valuable metalwork deposited in bogs, animal sacrifices performed at sacred groves, human sacrifice too, though probably less common than Greek and Roman writers claimed. Ancient authors loved to portray the Celts as bloodthirsty barbarians who burned people alive in wicker men. But archaeology suggests ritual killing was rare and reserved for extreme circumstances, like averting disaster or fulfilling particularly important vows. What's certain is that natural sites held deep religious significance. Groves of ancient trees became temples. Springs where water emerged from the earth were portals to the other world. Hills and mountains were dwelling places of gods. The Celts didn't build grand stone temples like the Greeks. Their sacred architecture was the landscape itself, marked and claimed through ritual rather than construction. This belief system was flexible. When Celts encountered new gods through trade or conquest, they often incorporated them into their own pantheon. Deities merged, split, and recombined. Local variations proliferated. There was no central religious authority to enforce orthodoxy, no sacred text defining correct belief. Religion, like everything else in the Celtic world, was decentralized and adaptable. All of this, the warrior culture, the druids, the fluid religion, existed within a remarkably stratified but surprisingly mobile society. At the top sat the king or queen and their immediate family. Celtic society wasn't exclusively patriarchal. Women could inherit property, lead tribes, and in some cases rule as queens in their own right. Below the royal family came the warrior aristocracy, whose wealth and status depended on land ownership, cattle herds, and success in battle. Then came the skilled specialists, druids, bards, metalworkers, traders. These weren't peasants. They were respected professionals whose expertise commanded real social value. A master smith who could forge superior swords. A bard who could compose praise poems that enhanced a chieftain's reputation. A druid who could interpret complex legal traditions. These people mattered. They moved between tribes, carried news and culture, and formed networks that transcended local boundaries. The bulk of the population consisted of farmers and herders. They worked the land, raised livestock, produced the food that supported everyone else. Their lives were hard, seasonal, tied to the rhythms of planting and harvest. They lived in small farmsteads or villages, usually just extended family groups. They owed obligations to local chiefs, rent or labor or military service, but they weren't serfs. They had legal standing, could own property, could seek justice through druidic courts. At the bottom were slaves, prisoners of war, or people who'd fallen into debt and sold themselves for survival. Slavery in the Celtic world wasn't race-based or hereditary. It was a status you could enter and potentially leave. But while enslaved, you had no rights, no protection, no voice. You were property. What's striking is the mobility between these layers, except for slaves. A farmer's son who proved himself in battle could become a warrior. A warrior who accumulated enough wealth could join the aristocracy. A child with the right aptitude could enter druidic training regardless of birth. Status wasn't entirely fixed. It could be earned, lost, regained. This created a dynamic society where ambition had pathways and talent could rise. But this entire structure depended on something fundamental: surplus. You can't have kings, druids, specialized craftsmen, and professional warriors unless someone is producing more food than they personally need. That surplus came from two sources: agriculture and trade. Celtic farmers were good at what they did. They grew barley, wheat, oats, and rye. They raised cattle, pigs, sheep, and goats. They hunted deer and boar in the forests. They fished rivers and coastal waters. The land was productive, especially the river valleys, and Celtic communities learned to exploit it efficiently. But agriculture alone doesn't explain Celtic prosperity. Trade does. The Celts sat at the intersection of Europe's major trade routes, and they took full advantage of it. Salt from Hallstatt moved south to Italy and east toward the Black Sea. Iron from Central European mines flowed in every direction, furs from northern forests, amber from Baltic shores, tin from Cornwall and Brittany, gold from rivers in Gaul and Iberia. All of these goods passed through Celtic hands, and the Celts took their cut. They didn't just move goods, they transformed them. Celtic metalworkers were among the finest in the ancient world. They could cast bronze into intricate shapes, forge iron into weapons that held an edge, work gold into jewelry that displayed breathtaking artistry. A Celtic sword wasn't just functional, it was beautiful. Its hilt wrapped in precious metal, its blade etched with patterns. A Celtic shield wasn't just protective, it was a work of art, embossed with swirling designs that caught the light. This craftsmanship became a Celtic trademark. When Greek and Roman elites wanted fine metalwork, they often bought Celtic. When warriors across Europe wanted superior weapons, they sought Celtic smiths. The Celts even invented chainmail, laboriously linking thousands of small iron rings into flexible armor that could stop a sword cut. It was expensive, difficult to make, and absolutely revolutionary. Roman armies would eventually adopt it directly from Celtic designs. Celtic art developed its own unmistakable style. Unlike Greek or Roman art, which aimed for naturalistic representation, Celtic art was abstract, flowing, almost hallucinogenic. Spirals, curves, interlaced patterns, stylized animals that morphed into geometric designs. It covered everything: weapons, jewelry, pottery, even the stones that marked graves. The style absorbed influences from Scythians, Greeks, Etruscans, but it transformed those influences into something distinctly Celtic, something that remained recognizable whether you found it in Ireland or Anatolia. This artistic unity across such vast distances points to something important. Despite their political fragmentation, the Celts maintained cultural connections. Ideas traveled. Styles spread. A metalworking technique developed in one region would appear hundreds of miles away within a generation. This happened through multiple channels: trade networks, traveling craftsmen, intermarriage between elite families, warriors who served far from home and brought back new ideas, bards who moved between courts carrying songs and stories. Language helped too. Celtic languages, though they varied by region, remained mutually intelligible, or at least closely related. A trader from Gaul could probably make himself understood in Britain. A warrior from Central Europe might struggle with the accent in Spain, but could follow the general sense. This linguistic unity, combined with shared artistic traditions, religious practices, and social structures, created a sense of common identity even among people who'd never met and whose tribes might be enemies. By the 4th century BCE, this Celtic world had reached its maximum extent and was still expanding. Celtic tribes controlled an arc of territory stretching from the Atlantic coast of Iberia to the forests of Central Europe, from the British Isles to the Northern Alps. They'd established themselves in the Po Valley of northern Italy, pushing aside or absorbing earlier populations. They were pressing into the Balkans, and they were about to make an entrance onto the Mediterranean stage that would shock the classical world and announce, unmistakably, that the Celts had arrived as a major power. That entrance came in 390 BCE, when a Celtic tribe called the Senones marched into the heart of the Roman Republic and did something nobody had thought possible. They destroyed a Roman army, sacked the city of Rome itself, and left the Romans so traumatized that the event would haunt them for centuries. This wasn't a raid or a skirmish. It was a full-scale military humiliation that announced to the Mediterranean world that a new power had arrived in Europe. The Senones had been pushing south into the Italian peninsula for decades, part of a broader Celtic migration into what the Romans called Cisalpine Gaul, the region north of the Apennines. Celtic tribes had been settling in the fertile Po Valley since around 400 BCE, displacing or absorbing earlier Italic peoples. The land was rich, the climate mild compared to the Alps, and the region offered access to trade routes connecting northern Europe with the Mediterranean. For the Celts, it was prime territory. For the Romans, watching from their small but growing republic in central Italy, it was alarming. The immediate cause of the conflict was a dispute involving the Etruscan city of Clusium, which appealed to Rome for help against Celtic attackers. Roman ambassadors were sent to negotiate. Instead of negotiating, they joined the Etruscan forces and fought against the Celts, violating diplomatic protocols. The Senones, outraged, demanded the Romans hand over the offending ambassadors. Rome refused. The Celts marched south. The Romans assembled an army and met the Senones at the Allia River, about 11 miles north of Rome. What happened next was catastrophic. The Celtic warriors launched their characteristic furious charge, screaming war cries, blowing carnyx horns that produced eerie, animal-like sounds, advancing in a dense mass. The Roman formation, already nervous, broke almost immediately. The soldiers fled. Some drowned trying to cross the river. Others were cut down in the rout. It was a complete disaster. With no army left to defend it, Rome lay open. The Celts entered the city 3 days later and found it largely abandoned. Most of the population had fled to nearby towns or barricaded themselves on the Capitoline Hill, the most defensible point in the city. The Senones sacked the rest of Rome, burning buildings, looting temples, destroying whatever they couldn't carry. For 7 months they besieged the Capitoline, but couldn't take it. Eventually, both sides were exhausted. The Romans, trapped and starving, agreed to pay a ransom of 1,000 pounds of gold to make the Celts leave. During the weighing of the gold, the Romans complained that the Celts were using rigged scales. Brennus, the Celtic chieftain leading the Senones, supposedly threw his sword onto the scales and uttered the phrase that would echo through history: Vae victis. Woe to the vanquished. The Romans paid. The Celts left. Rome survived barely. The psychological impact of this event cannot be overstated. The sack of Rome became a defining trauma in Roman consciousness. For generations afterward, Romans lived with what historians call the Gallic fear, a deep-seated anxiety about Celtic invasion. This fear shaped Roman military reforms, foreign policy, and eventually their ruthless conquest of Gaul centuries later. The Celts had proven they could strike at the heart of a rising Mediterranean power and win. But the sack of Rome was just one episode in a much larger pattern of Celtic expansion. While the Senones were terrorizing the Romans, other Celtic tribes were pushing into new territories across Europe. In the decades following 400 BCE, Celtic settlement accelerated in multiple directions simultaneously. They moved west into Iberia, where they mixed with local populations to form the Celtiberian culture. They moved north and west into what would become Belgium, the Netherlands, and the Atlantic coast of France. They crossed the Channel into Britain and Ireland, where Celtic languages and culture would eventually dominate. And they pushed east into the Balkans and beyond. This expansion wasn't organized or coordinated. There was no Celtic empire, no central authority directing these movements. Instead, individual tribes, clans or warrior bands would migrate for various reasons: overpopulation, conflict with neighbors, the promise of better land, opportunities for plunder, or simply restlessness. Celtic society was mobile. Unlike settled agricultural empires, Celtic tribes could pack up and move relatively easily. Their economy was based on livestock as much as crops, and livestock could be driven. Their wealth was portable, worn as jewelry or carried as weapons. Their social structures travelled with them. This mobility gave the Celts enormous flexibility. When a region became crowded or resources scarce, groups could split off and move elsewhere. When opportunities arose, war bands could form quickly and strike before enemies could organize defenses. The Celts didn't conquer through methodical campaigns like the Romans would. They expanded through a combination of migration, settlement, and opportunistic warfare. By 300 BCE, Celtic peoples occupied an enormous territory. In the west, they dominated Iberia alongside indigenous groups. The Celtiberians in central Spain became famous for their fierce independence and skilled metalwork. In what's now France, Belgium, and Western Germany, Celtic tribes formed the dense network of peoples the Romans would later call Gauls. Britain and Ireland had become thoroughly Celtic, though exactly when and how remains debated. The archaeological record shows a gradual cultural shift rather than a sudden invasion, suggesting a complex process of migration, intermarriage, and cultural adoption. In Central Europe, from the Rhine to the Danube, Celtic tribes controlled the ancient heartland where Hallstatt and Latine cultures had first emerged. This region remained the cultural centre of the Celtic world, the place where artistic styles were refined, where druids trained, where the most prestigious goods were produced. The Danube corridor, in particular, remained crucial, connecting east and west, facilitating trade and communication across the Celtic world. Further east, Celtic presence extended into what's now the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and parts of the Balkans. These Eastern Celtic groups maintained strong connections with their Western cousins, while also interacting intensively with neighbouring cultures: Thracians, Scythians, Greeks. Trade goods moved both directions. Styles blended. By the 3rd century BCE, Celtic warriors were appearing as mercenaries in Greek armies, their reputation for ferocity making them valuable, if unpredictable, soldiers. The Greeks had mixed feelings about the Celts. Greek writers described them as tall, often fair-haired or red-haired, brave to the point of recklessness, and terrifyingly savage in battle. These descriptions, while filtered through Greek cultural biases, capture something real about how the Celts appeared to Mediterranean peoples. They fought differently, dressed differently, organized their societies differently. They seemed to value individual glory over collective discipline. They took heads as trophies. They sometimes fought naked. To Greek and Roman observers, they embodied both admirable courage and barbaric chaos. Yet Greek traders also recognized Celtic craftsmanship. Celtic metalwork found buyers in Greek markets. Celtic mercenaries found employment in Greek armies. And when Celtic tribes began migrating into the Balkans in the early 3rd century BCE, the Greeks were forced to take them seriously as a major military threat, not just exotic barbarians. That threat materialized dramatically in 279 BCE, when a massive Celtic force invaded Greece itself. Multiple tribes, possibly numbering in the tens of thousands, pushed south through Macedonia and Thessaly. Their target, the wealthy sanctuary at Delphi, home to the famous oracle and packed with treasures dedicated by Greek city-states over centuries. The Greeks assembled a desperate defense. At the Battle of Thermopylae, the same narrow pass where Spartans had held off Persians 2 centuries earlier, Greek forces tried to stop the Celtic advance. The Celts broke through. They reached Delphi. What happened next depends on which source you read. Greek accounts claim the gods themselves intervened, sending earthquakes, storms, and divine visions to drive the Celts away. More likely, Greek defenders successfully repulsed the attack, and the Celts, unable to take the sanctuary, withdrew. Either way, the invasion ultimately failed. The Celtic force fragmented. Some groups retreated north, others turned east. One large contingent, perhaps 20,000 people including warriors and their families, crossed into Asia Minor, invited by a Hellenistic king who wanted mercenaries for his wars. These Celts, primarily from 3 tribes, the Trochmi, Tolistobogi, and Tectosages, settled in central Anatolia in a region that would become known as Galatia. They established themselves as a military aristocracy, raiding neighboring kingdoms and hiring themselves out as soldiers. Despite being surrounded by Greek and Persian cultures, cut off from other Celtic populations by hundreds of miles, the Galatians maintained their language, their customs, their identity. Centuries later, visitors would still remark that the Galatians spoke a language recognizably similar to that spoken by Celts in Gaul. The Galatian settlement represents the absolute eastern limit of Celtic expansion. No Celtic group would establish itself further east. But it also demonstrates the adaptability and resilience of Celtic culture. Dropped into a completely foreign environment, surrounded by urban civilizations far older and more complex than anything in Europe, the Galatians nevertheless remained distinctly Celtic. They organized themselves tribally. They maintained their warrior ethos. They kept their language alive. They proved that Celtic identity wasn't tied to a specific territory. It was portable, embedded in social structures, language, and shared cultural memory. Meanwhile, back in Europe, the Celtic world was consolidating. By 250 BCE, the period of rapid expansion was largely over. Celtic tribes now occupied defined territories. Borders, though fluid, had stabilized. The focus shifted from migration to settlement, from conquest to consolidation. This didn't mean peace. Celtic tribes continued fighting each other constantly. But it meant the map of Celtic Europe had taken its mature form. What did this Celtic world look like at its height? Imagine traveling from Iberia to Anatolia in 250 BCE. You'd pass through dozens of tribal territories, each with its own name, its own ruling families, its own local customs. Yet everywhere, you'd encounter recognizable patterns. The language would shift in accent and dialect, but remain mutually intelligible, or at least clearly related. The art would show local variations, but maintain that distinctive Celtic style of flowing curves and abstract patterns. The social structure would be familiar. A warrior elite, druids holding religious and legal authority, craftsmen producing goods for trade and tribute, farmers and herders forming the majority of the population. You'd see hill forts on prominent heights, some small and simple, others massive complexes with multiple ramparts and permanent settlements inside. You'd see sacred groves where druids performed rituals, though you wouldn't be allowed to enter unless you were initiated. You'd see metalworkers' forges producing weapons, tools, and jewelry, using techniques that were essentially the same, whether you were in Gaul or Galatia. You'd encounter traveling merchants moving goods along ancient routes, accepting payment in livestock, metal ingots, or finished goods rather than coins, since most Celtic tribes hadn't adopted coinage yet. You'd also encounter diversity within this unity. The Celtiberians in Spain had absorbed influences from Phoenician and Greek colonists, producing a hybrid culture that was distinctly both Celtic and Iberian. The Gauls in what's now France had developed complex political structures. Some tribes ruled by kings, others by aristocratic councils, a few experimenting with broader assemblies. The Celts in Britain and Ireland, more isolated from Mediterranean influence, maintained older traditions, their societies organized around extended kin groups and cattle wealth. The Galatians in Anatolia served as mercenaries for Hellenistic kings while raiding their neighbors, creating a reputation as fierce but unreliable warriors. What held this vast, diverse world together? Not political unity, that's certain. Celtic tribes had no central government, no overarching institutions, no concept of a Celtic nation. They fought each other as readily as they fought outsiders. Tribal identity always superseded any broader Celtic identity. Yet something did unite them, a shared cultural matrix that made them recognizably similar despite political fragmentation. Language was part of it. Celtic languages formed a distinct branch of the Indo-European family, related to but clearly different from Germanic, Italic, or Greek languages. A speaker of one Celtic language might not fully understand another, but they'd recognize cognates, similar structures, shared vocabulary. This linguistic unity facilitated communication, trade, and cultural exchange across vast distances. Religion provided another connecting thread. While individual tribes worshipped local deities tied to specific rivers, mountains, or springs, broader gods appeared throughout the Celtic world. A war god, a goddess associated with horses and sovereignty, deities connected to the sun, the earth, the underworld. The Druids, who moved between tribes and trained together, maintained a relatively consistent body of religious knowledge and ritual practice. This created a shared sacred landscape, a common understanding of how the divine interacted with the human world. Artistic tradition was perhaps the most visible unifying element. That distinctive Latenna style, with its swirling abstractions and metamorphosing forms, appeared on objects from Ireland to Romania. A shield boss from Britain and a belt buckle from Bohemia might be separated by 1,000 miles. Yet they'd share unmistakable stylistic similarities. This wasn't coincidental. Ideas travelled through trade, through craftsmen who moved between courts, through objects that were gifted, traded, or captured. A successful design developed in one region would spread and be adapted elsewhere, creating variations on shared themes. The warrior ethos formed another common element. Across the Celtic world, warfare wasn't just practical, it was central to male identity and social status. Young men proved themselves in battle. Heroes were celebrated in song. Weapons and armor were treated as precious possessions, often buried with their owners. This emphasis on individual martial prowess, on personal glory in combat, on the warrior as the ideal man, this appeared everywhere Celts lived. So by 250 BCE, the Celtic world had reached its maximum extent and had developed into a recognizable, if politically fragmented, cultural sphere. From the Atlantic to Anatolia, Celtic peoples dominated much of Europe. They'd proven themselves capable of military success against supposedly superior civilizations. They'd established complex trade networks. They'd developed sophisticated artistic traditions. They'd created social and religious structures that could maintain cultural continuity across enormous distances without political unity. The Celts had become one of the great peoples of the ancient world. Yet greatness invites challenge. Success breeds envy. By the middle of the 3rd century BCE, the Celtic world had reached its maximum extent, but it had also attracted attention from civilizations that wouldn't tolerate barbarian dominance. The Celts had proven they could conquer, but could they consolidate? Could a culture without political unity defend what it had won? The answer began to reveal itself in ways the Celts couldn't have anticipated. Their very success contained the seeds of future vulnerability. A decentralized structure that allowed rapid expansion also prevented coordinated defense. Tribal independence that fostered cultural vitality also ensured perpetual internal conflict. Military tactics that worked brilliantly against unprepared enemies would struggle against disciplined professional armies. But in 250 BCE, these problems remained largely invisible. The Celts were still riding high on centuries of expansion. Their warriors still terrified opponents. Their craftsmen still produced objects that dazzled Mediterranean elites. Their traders still moved goods across continental networks. Their druids still maintained cultural continuity across vast distances. The Celtic world seemed unassailable. What made this world function despite its fragmentation? How did a culture without central authority maintain coherence across such enormous distances? The answer lies partly in the flexibility of Celtic identity itself. Being Celtic wasn't about citizenship or nationality. It was about language, custom, shared aesthetic sensibilities, common religious frameworks. A merchant from the Danube could travel to Gaul and find people who spoke a recognizable language, who decorated their possessions in familiar ways, who worshipped gods with similar attributes, who organized society according to comparable principles. Trade networks helped maintain these connections. A craftsman who produced elaborate metalwork in Bohemia might see his designs copied by artisans in Britain within a generation. Ideas moved along trade routes as readily as goods. A religious innovation developed by Druids in one region could spread to others through the constant movement of these priests between tribes. Artistic techniques perfected in one workshop would be adopted elsewhere as apprentices travelled and masters relocated. The warrior culture also created connections. Young men seeking glory and wealth would travel far from home to serve in the war bands of distant chieftains. These warriors brought their customs with them, spreading practices and stories across tribal boundaries. When they returned home, if they returned, they brought back new ideas, new techniques, new perspectives. This constant circulation of warriors created a shared martial culture that transcended individual tribes. Religion provided perhaps the strongest unifying force. The Druids formed what amounted to an international priesthood, a class that owed allegiance to their order rather than to any single tribe. They gathered periodically in sacred places, particularly in central Gaul, to discuss matters of theology and law. These gatherings allowed them to standardize religious practices, to maintain consistent interpretations of omens and rituals, to preserve a shared body of sacred knowledge. When a Druid spoke of the gods or interpreted divine will, they drew on this collective wisdom. The Druids also served as living libraries. In a culture that deliberately avoided writing down sacred knowledge, human memory became the repository of tradition. Druids spent decades memorizing vast quantities of poetry, lore, genealogy, and mythological lore. This oral tradition was surprisingly robust. Modern studies of oral cultures have shown that trained memorizers can maintain remarkable accuracy across generations. The Druids weren't just priests. They were the keepers of cultural memory, the guardians of what it meant to be Celtic. This oral tradition shaped Celtic society in profound ways. Without written law codes, justice depended on precedent and memory. Druids would recite relevant cases and customary practices when disputes arose. Without written chronicles, history became poetry and song. Bards preserved the deeds of heroes in verses memorized and performed at feasts. Without written religious texts, theology remained fluid, adaptable, responsive to local conditions while maintaining core principles. Why did the Celts resist writing? They clearly knew of it. They traded with literate civilizations. Some Celtic inscriptions exist, particularly in regions with heavy Greek or Etruscan influence, but they never developed writing systems for their own languages until much later, and even then used them sparingly. The Druids, in particular, refused to commit their knowledge to writing. Several explanations exist. Writing might have been seen as diminishing the sacred nature of knowledge, making it too accessible, too fixed. Oral transmission required personal relationships, created bonds between teacher and student. It also ensured that knowledge remained controlled by those who'd earned the right to possess it through years of training. A written text could be stolen or copied. Memorized knowledge died with its keeper unless properly transmitted. This preference for oral tradition had consequences. It made Celtic culture remarkably adaptable, able to absorb new ideas and practices without being constrained by written dogma. But it also made that culture vulnerable to disruption. If the Druids were killed or scattered, their knowledge could be lost. If the training system broke down, centuries of accumulated wisdom might vanish within a generation. But in 250 BCE, these vulnerabilities seemed distant. The Druids maintained their schools, trained their students, preserved their traditions. The Celtic world hummed with activity. In workshops across Europe, craftsmen hammered and filed and polished. In fields and pastures, farmers and herders tended crops and animals using techniques refined over generations. In sacred groves, priests performed rituals connecting the human and divine worlds. In the halls of chieftains, warriors feasted and boasted and plotted new raids. The economy of this world was surprisingly sophisticated. While the Celts never developed coinage until they copied it from Mediterranean civilizations, they maintained complex trading relationships based on gift exchange, barter, and carefully calculated obligations. A chieftain who received a fine sword from an ally wasn't just getting a weapon. He was entering into a relationship that implied future reciprocity. Gifts created bonds. Generosity demonstrated power. The circulation of valuable objects maintained social networks and political alliances. Some items held particular significance in these exchange networks. Gold talks weren't just jewelry, they were portable wealth, symbols of status, sacred objects. A chieftain might own several, wearing different ones for different occasions, gifting them to reward loyalty or cement alliances. The creation of a fine talk required enormous skill. Days or weeks of careful work by a master craftsman. To give one away demonstrated both wealth and magnanimity. Cattle held special importance in many Celtic societies, particularly in the West. A man's wealth was measured in herds. Bride prices were calculated in cows. Raids to steal cattle were both economic activities and tests of martial prowess. The Irish Tyne Bo Cuailnge, the cattle raid of Cooley, though recorded much later, preserves echoes of this cattle-centered culture. Wars were fought over particularly fine bulls. Heroes were measured by the size of their herds. Agriculture varied by region. In the fertile river valleys of Gaul and Central Europe, Celts grew wheat, barley, and other cereals using iron ploughs that could break heavy soils. In the more marginal lands of Britain and Ireland, pastoralism dominated, with smaller-scale farming in cleared areas. The Celts were skilled farmers, using crop rotation and manuring to maintain soil fertility. They stored surplus grain in underground pits, creating reserves that could sustain communities through bad years or support military campaigns. Iron production had become increasingly sophisticated by this period. The Celts had mastered the bloomery process, heating iron ore with charcoal in furnaces to produce spongy masses of iron that could then be forged into tools and weapons. Some regions developed specialized techniques. The Noric steel from the Eastern Alps became famous for its quality, produced using local iron ore and refined manufacturing methods. Swordsmiths learned to work iron and steel together, creating blades that combined hardness with flexibility. This technological sophistication challenges the notion of Celts as primitive barbarians. They might not have built cities in the Mediterranean style, but they developed complex metallurgical techniques, sophisticated agricultural practices, and extensive trade networks. Their craftsmen produced objects that Mediterranean elites prized and collected. Their merchants moved goods across continental distances. Their miners extracted resources from deep underground workings. This wasn't a simple society. The Celtic approach to warfare reflected this complexity. While their tactics emphasized individual heroics and psychological intimidation, they also employed strategic thinking and tactical awareness. Chieftains understood terrain, weather, logistics. They knew when to fight and when to negotiate. They used scouts and intelligence gathering. They formed temporary alliances for specific campaigns. This wasn't mindless aggression. It was calculated violence directed toward political and economic goals. Celtic warriors fought with a variety of weapons. The long slashing sword, the spatha, became increasingly common, designed for mounted combat or fighting in loose formations. Spears ranged from light javelins to heavy thrusting weapons. Some warriors carried shields large enough to protect most of the body, often decorated with elaborate bronze fittings. The wealthiest might wear chainmail, that Celtic innovation that offered unprecedented protection against cutting weapons. But equipment varied enormously. A wealthy chieftain might go to battle covered in chainmail, wearing a bronze helmet, carrying an elaborately decorated shield and a fine iron sword. A common warrior might have only a spear and a simple wooden shield. Some fought naked, protected only by their courage and their belief in the gods. This variation reflected the decentralized nature of Celtic military organization. There was no standard equipment, no uniform army, just individual warriors bringing whatever they could afford or had inherited. Chariots remained important in some regions, particularly in Britain. These weren't the heavy chariots of Near Eastern armies, but light, fast vehicles used to transport warriors to battle and provide mobile platforms for throwing javelins. A skilled charioteer was highly valued, able to maneuver in combat, extract wounded warriors, create opportunities for heroic single combat. The chariot represented elite status, a weapon system that required resources to maintain and skill to operate effectively. Celtic fortifications showed increasing sophistication during this period. The classic Celtic hill fort, the oppidum, began to appear across Europe. These weren't crude earthworks, but carefully planned defensive structures. Massive timber-reinforced ramparts enclosed hilltop sites. Gates were protected by elaborate defensive works. Inside, permanent structures housed populations during times of danger. Some oppida grew into proto-urban centres, places where craftsmen worked, traders met, political decisions were made. The appearance of these fortifications suggests changing patterns of warfare and society. As Celtic territories became more densely settled, as wealth accumulated, as political structures became more complex, the need for permanent defensive works increased. An oppidum represented a major investment of labour, something that required coordinated effort from large populations. Their construction implies political authority capable of organising such projects, social structures that could sustain them. By 250 BCE, the Celtic world had developed into something more than a collection of warrior bands raiding their neighbours. It was a sophisticated culture with complex social hierarchies, specialised economic roles, religious institutions, artistic traditions, and political structures. It lacked the urban character of Mediterranean civilizations, but it was no less complex for that. The Celts had created a distinctly European form of civilization, one adapted to the forests and rivers and mountains of the continent, rather than the sun-baked coasts of the Mediterranean. This Celtic world stood at a pivotal moment. Behind it lay centuries of expansion and success. Ahead lay challenges that would test whether cultural unity, without political centralization, could survive in a world increasingly dominated by consolidated states. The Romans were beginning their expansion beyond Italy. The Germanic peoples were stirring in the north. The Hellenistic kingdoms of the east were recovering from their defeats. The stage was set for contact that would change everything. Around 400 BCE, Celtic tribes began pushing southward into Italy. The Po River Valley offered rich farmland, milder climate than the alpine regions to the north, opportunities for settlement and wealth. Celtic migrations weren't organized invasions with unified command structures. They were movements of peoples, entire tribes relocating with families, livestock, possessions. Sometimes conflict drove them. Sometimes opportunity pulled them. Often both. The Senones, one of several Celtic tribes moving into northern Italy, established themselves in territories that brought them into direct contact with Roman power. Rome in 400 BCE wasn't yet the Mediterranean dominating empire it would become. It was a rising city-state in central Italy, ambitious but still regional in scope. The Romans had encountered Celts before through trade and border skirmishes. Now they faced something different. In 390 BCE, tensions between the Senones and Rome erupted into open conflict. The exact causes remain unclear. Roman sources blame Celtic aggression. Celtic oral traditions, lost to us now, likely told different stories. What matters is the outcome. A Roman army marched north to confront the Senones. The two forces met at the Allia River, a small tributary of the Tiber. What happened next became one of Rome's most traumatic memories. The Roman army collapsed. Celtic warriors, using their characteristic shock tactics, broke the Roman formation. The survivors fled. Rome lay exposed. The Senones, under their chieftain Brennus, entered Rome without serious resistance. They occupied the city, burning much of it. Only the Capitoline Hill held out, its defenders besieged but unbroken. For 7 months, the Gauls held Rome. Eventually, hunger and disease on both sides led to negotiations. The Romans agreed to pay 1,000 pounds of gold for the Celts to withdraw. During the weighing of the ransom, legend says the Gauls used rigged scales. When Romans protested, Brennus threw his sword onto the weights and declared, "Vae victis," woe to the vanquished. Whether this actually happened or became embroidered in later retellings doesn't diminish its significance. The phrase entered Roman consciousness as a bitter reminder of humiliation. The sack of Rome sent shockwaves through the Mediterranean world. That Celtic warriors could capture and burn one of Italy's most powerful cities demonstrated their military capabilities beyond question. It also created in Roman culture a deep, lasting fear of northern barbarians that would influence Roman policy for centuries. The Romans never forgot. They built new walls, reformed their military, developed strategies specifically for fighting Celtic armies. But the Celts didn't follow up their victory with further Italian conquests. They weren't building an empire. The Senones returned north with their gold, satisfied with their raid. Other Celtic tribes continued settling in northern Italy, establishing communities that would endure for generations. The region became known as Cisalpine Gaul, on this side of the Alps. Celtic expansion continued in other directions. By 300 BCE, Celtic peoples occupied an enormous territory. In the west, they dominated Iberia alongside indigenous populations, creating the Celtiberian culture. The entire region from the Pyrenees to the Atlantic was Celtic-speaking. Gaul remained the Celtic heartland, densely populated with dozens of distinct tribes. Britain and Ireland had become thoroughly Celtic, though the timing and nature of this transformation remains debated. Whether through migration, cultural adoption, or both, these islands developed distinctively Celtic languages and cultures. Central Europe from the Rhine to the Carpathians was Celtic territory. The Boii occupied Bohemia, the region still bearing their name. Other tribes controlled territories in modern Austria, Switzerland, southern Germany. In the Balkans, Celtic groups established themselves in regions that would later become famous for different peoples entirely. The eastern expansion proved most dramatic. Around 280 BCE, a massive Celtic migration pushed into the Balkans and Greece. These weren't small raiding parties, but entire tribal confederations moving with families and possessions. Greek sources describe them with a mixture of fear and fascination. The Celts besieged Greek cities, fought battles with Hellenistic armies, penetrated deep into territories that had known Greek culture for centuries. In 279 BCE, Celtic forces attacked the sacred site of Delphi. Greek sources portray this as a sacrilegious assault on the holiest shrine in their world. The Celts were driven back, but the psychological impact of barbarians threatening Delphi resonated throughout the Greek world. The Celts had demonstrated they could challenge even the most powerful Mediterranean civilizations on their home territory. Some Celtic groups continued even further east. Around 278 BCE, approximately 20,000 Celtic warriors and their families crossed into Anatolia, modern Turkey. They'd been invited by King Nicomedes of Bithynia as mercenaries in his conflicts with neighbouring kingdoms. These Celts, known as Galatians, established themselves in central Anatolia. They maintained their Celtic language, customs and identity, despite being surrounded by completely different cultures. The Galatians became famous throughout the Hellenistic world. They served as mercenaries for various kingdoms. They raided extensively. They established their own territorial base. Greek and Roman writers described them with the same mixture of respect and contempt they applied to other Celtic peoples. The Galatians represented the furthest eastern reach of Celtic expansion, a Celtic-speaking island in an Anatolian sea. At its maximum extent around 275 BCE, the Celtic world stretched from Ireland to Anatolia, from the North Sea to the Iberian interior. This wasn't a unified political entity. No Celtic empire existed. What connected this vast territory was language, culture, artistic traditions, religious practices, social structures. A traveller could journey from Britain to Galatia and find at each stop peoples speaking related languages, worshipping similar gods, organising their societies along familiar patterns, creating art in recognisable styles. Trade networks spanned this Celtic world. Goods moved along rivers and coastal routes, salt from alpine mines, iron weapons and tools from specialised production centres, gold jewellery and torques, slaves, unfortunately a major commodity in the ancient world, wine from Mediterranean regions, amber from the Baltic, coral and other luxury materials. These trade connections created economic interdependence even without political unity. Cultural exchange accompanied economic trade. Artistic styles developed in one region spread to others. Religious practices and deity cults travelled along trade routes. Technological innovations, like improved agricultural techniques or new metalworking methods, diffused across Celtic territories. Druids apparently moved between regions, carrying their oral traditions and legal expertise to different communities. This cultural circulation maintained Celtic identity across enormous distances. The Celtic world had achieved something remarkable. Without the urban centres that characterised Mediterranean civilizations, without the bureaucratic apparatus of Eastern empires, without even political unification beyond the tribal level, Celtic peoples had created one of the most extensive cultural spheres in the ancient world. Their influence touched regions from the Atlantic to the Black Sea. This success rested on several foundations. Celtic military effectiveness provided security and enabled expansion. Their flexible social structures allowed incorporation of new territories and peoples without rigid imperial control. Economic prosperity from trade and resource extraction funded elite culture and supported population growth. Religious and legal institutions provided cohesion without requiring political centralization, and the Celtic languages themselves, allowing communication across vast territories, made this dispersed cultural unity possible. The archaeological record of this period shows Celtic culture at its zenith. Elaborate burials with rich grave goods, sophisticated fortifications protecting major settlements, high-quality metalwork demonstrating advanced technical skills, extensive trade goods from distant sources. The material culture suggests societies with surplus wealth, specialized craftsmen, complex social hierarchies, and connections spanning the known world. Celtic influence extended beyond territories they directly controlled. Neighbouring peoples adopted Celtic artistic styles, military techniques, even religious practices. The Romans borrowed extensively from Celtic material culture, particularly in military equipment. Germanic peoples to the north engaged in constant interaction with Celtic neighbours. Mediterranean civilizations regarded the Celts as one of the major barbarian peoples, worthy of respect, if not admiration. Yet for all this success, the Celtic world contained structural vulnerabilities. The same decentralization that allowed flexibility also prevented coordinated response to external threats. Tribal rivalries consumed energy and resources. The warrior culture that had enabled expansion could turn inward into destructive internal conflicts. Economic prosperity depended on trade networks vulnerable to disruption, and religious authority, while powerful, couldn't substitute for political organization when faced with unified opponents. The Celts in 250 BCE stood at their moment of maximum influence. They had expanded across Europe, challenged Mediterranean powers, established themselves in diverse environments from Atlantic islands to Anatolian plateaus. Their culture had proved adaptable enough to thrive in vastly different contexts while maintaining recognizable unity. They had created a distinctively European civilization, different from both Mediterranean urban cultures and the tribal societies of Northern Europe. Looking at the Celtic world at this peak moment, certain patterns emerge. Success had come from mobility, military prowess, economic opportunism, and cultural flexibility. The lack of political unity hadn't prevented expansion or prosperity. The warrior ethos had provided both military effectiveness and social structure. Druids had maintained cultural cohesion without requiring institutional authority. Trade had created wealth without necessitating urban concentration. These same characteristics that enabled Celtic success would shape how they responded to coming challenges. The decentralized structure that had allowed such extensive expansion would prove difficult to mobilize for coordinated defense. The warrior culture that valued individual glory would struggle against more disciplined military systems. The economic networks that created prosperity would become vulnerabilities when disrupted, and the cultural unity that existed without political structure would face its greatest test. But that lay in the future. In 250 BCE, the Celtic world seemed secure in its dominance of temperate Europe. From hill fort to oppidum, from druid grove to warrior feast hall, from metalworking centre to trading post, Celtic civilization flourished across the continent. The languages spoken from Ireland to Anatolia shared common roots. The gods worshipped from Iberia to the Balkans bore recognizable similarities. The art produced from Britain to Galatia displayed unmistakable style. The Celts had become one of the ancient world's major civilizations, distinct from but equal to the urban cultures of the Mediterranean, the empires of the Near East, the emerging powers of the steppes. They had proved that civilization could take forms other than cities and emperors, that cultural unity didn't require political consolidation, that warrior societies could achieve sophistication and complexity. The achievement looked permanent. Celtic civilization in the mid-3rd century BCE appeared to have reached a stable equilibrium, controlling vast territories through cultural influence rather than centralized power, prospering through trade rather than tribute, maintaining unity through shared identity rather than political structure. Nothing suggested this system faced imminent challenges or fundamental vulnerabilities. Consider what an observer in 250 BCE would have witnessed travelling through Celtic lands. The journey might begin in southern Gaul, where Celtic settlements controlled the trade routes connecting the Mediterranean to northern Europe. Massalia, though a Greek colony, existed within a Celtic landscape, dependent on Celtic cooperation for access to interior resources. Moving north through the Rhone Valley, Celtic oppida dotted the landscape, fortified trading centres where Mediterranean goods flowed northward, while amber, furs, and slaves moved south. Crossing into central Gaul revealed the heartland of Celtic power. Here the tribes were strongest, wealthiest, most confident. The Arverni and Aedui dominated vast territories, their influence extending over client tribes and allied communities. Their oppida functioned as proto-urban centres, some housing thousands of inhabitants, featuring organised streets, specialised workshops, temples, and defensive works that would challenge Roman siegecraft decades later. Eastern Gaul and the lands along the Rhine showed Celtic culture at its most developed. The Helvetii occupied rich agricultural lands, their settlements prosperous, their warriors respected. Further east, the Boii controlled territories in modern Bavaria and Bohemia, maintaining the traditions of the Hallstatt and Latin cultures in their original heartlands. These regions still produce the finest metalwork, the most elaborate jewelry, the weapons that other Celtic tribes sought to acquire. Britain presented another variation of Celtic society. The island had been receiving Celtic influences for centuries, waves of migration bringing new technologies, languages, artistic styles. By 250 BCE, Britain was thoroughly Celtic in character, though maintaining distinctive local traditions. The southern tribes were the wealthiest, engaged in cross-channel trade with Gaul, importing wine and luxury goods, exporting grain, metals, and slaves. Northern tribes remained more isolated, their society more conservative, but recognizably part of the broader Celtic world. Ireland had developed its own unique Celtic culture, isolated from continental developments, yet sharing fundamental characteristics. Irish Celtic society would preserve traditions that disappeared elsewhere, maintaining oral literary traditions, legal systems, social structures that elsewhere would be transformed by Roman conquest. In 250 BCE, Ireland was perhaps the most purely Celtic land, untouched by Mediterranean influences that modified continental Celtic culture. Iberia showed how Celtic culture adapted to local conditions. The Celtiberians had merged Celtic traditions with indigenous Iberian culture, creating hybrid societies that were simultaneously Celtic and distinctively Iberian. Their fortified settlements, their warrior culture, their artistic traditions all showed this fusion. The northwestern Galaitzi maintained more purely Celtic characteristics, their society resembling that of Atlantic Gaul and Britain. The Danube Valley remained a major corridor of Celtic influence. Here, Celtic tribes controlled the river trade, connecting Central Europe to the Black Sea, facilitating exchange between Mediterranean, steppe, and Northern European cultures. The Celtic presence extended far up the Danube into regions that would later become Germanic or Slavic territory, demonstrating the eastern reach of Celtic expansion. Most remarkably, Celtic communities thrived in Anatolia. The Galatians had carved out territories in the highlands of central Anatolia, maintaining their Celtic identity despite geographic isolation from other Celtic peoples. They spoke Celtic languages, maintained Celtic social structures, fought as Celtic warriors. Greek and later Roman sources consistently identified them as Galatians, Celts, never confusing them with local Anatolian peoples despite centuries of residence. What bound these scattered communities into a recognizable civilization? Language provided the most obvious connection. Celtic languages from Ireland to Galatia shared common roots, allowing some degree of mutual comprehension or at least recognition of linguistic kinship. Travelers could move across the Celtic world and find familiar sounds, cognate words, related grammatical structures. Religious practices created another bond. The Druids of Britain and the Druids of Gaul practiced similar rites, honoured comparable deities, maintained equivalent positions in society. Sacred groves, water offerings, ritual practices showed remarkable consistency across vast distances. The Galatians in Anatolia maintained Druidic traditions centuries after their separation from continental Celtic society. Artistic traditions provided visual evidence of cultural unity. The distinctive Latin art style appeared from Ireland to Romania, from Spain to Galatia. The swirling curves, the geometric patterns, the stylized animal forms remained recognizable across regions and centuries. A torque made in Britain would look appropriate on a warrior in Gaul or Galatia. A shield decorated in Ireland would fit aesthetically in Celtiberia. Warfare connected Celtic peoples through shared values and practices. The emphasis on personal glory, the individual combat challenges, the head-taking traditions, the feast hall boasting appeared consistently across Celtic societies. Warriors from different tribes recognized each other as fellow Celts through these shared cultural markers. The mercenary service that saw Gauls fighting in Italy, Galatians serving Hellenistic kings, Celtiberians joining various Mediterranean armies, demonstrated both military effectiveness and cultural coherence. Social structures showed fundamental similarities despite local variations. The three-tier division into warrior aristocracy, learned class, including druids, and common people, appeared throughout the Celtic world. The importance of kinship ties, the role of fosterage in creating bonds between families, the emphasis on hospitality and generosity, the complex systems of clientage and obligation operated on similar principles from Britain to Galatia. Economic practices reflected common values and priorities. Cattle remained central to wealth and status across Celtic societies. The importance of feasting in establishing and maintaining social relationships appeared universally. The gift-giving that created obligations between individuals and families functioned similarly in all Celtic communities. Trade networks connected these scattered peoples, facilitating not just exchange of goods, but transmission of ideas, technologies, artistic influences. Yet for all this unity, Celtic society remained fundamentally decentralized. No Celtic king ruled multiple tribes. No Celtic city served as capital for more than local territories. No Celtic institution exercised authority beyond tribal boundaries. The Druids came closest to providing trans-tribal organization, but even they operated within tribal contexts, their influence moral and religious rather than political. This decentralization had enabled expansion. Celtic groups could migrate without requiring permission from central authorities. Celtic warriors could seek service wherever opportunities arose. Celtic traders could establish relationships across political boundaries. Celtic craftsmen could travel freely, carrying techniques and styles to new regions. The lack of centralized control allowed flexibility and innovation. The same decentralization that enabled expansion also prevented consolidation. Celtic tribes could unite temporarily against common threats, but couldn't maintain permanent coalitions. Ambitious chieftains could extend influence over neighboring tribes, but couldn't create lasting kingdoms. Wealthy oppida could dominate regions economically, but couldn't establish political hegemony. The tribal loyalties that provided social cohesion also limited political development. Military organization reflected this decentralization. Celtic armies assembled for specific purposes, then dispersed. Warriors owed loyalty to chieftains, chieftains to tribal kings, but these relationships were personal rather than institutional. Celtic warfare emphasized individual prowess rather than coordinated tactics. The headlong charge that had terrified enemies relied on collective courage rather than systematic training. When Celtic warriors faced disciplined, professionally organized armies, their traditional tactics proved less effective. Economic structure also showed characteristic Celtic patterns. Trade flourished but didn't lead to urbanization on Mediterranean models. Oppida functioned as trading centers but remained fundamentally different from Greek or Roman cities. Wealth accumulated in the hands of aristocratic families rather than merchant classes. Economic power translated into social prestige and political influence, but didn't create independent economic institutions. Religious authority provided cultural cohesion without institutional structure. Druids maintained traditions, resolved disputes, advised rulers, but held no executive power. Their influence depended on personal prestige, knowledge, and sacred status rather than organizational position. They could excommunicate individuals from religious festivals, but couldn't command armies or levy taxes. Religious unity existed without religious hierarchy. By 250 BCE, Celtic civilization had achieved remarkable success through this distinctive combination of cultural unity and political fragmentation. The system worked because it matched the geographic, economic, and social conditions of temperate Europe. The dispersed settlements, the pastoral economy, the warrior culture, the oral traditions all fit together into a coherent whole. Trade networks connected this dispersed world. The amber routes from the Baltic, the tin routes from Cornwall and Brittany, the salt routes from the Alps, the wine routes from the Mediterranean, all passed through Celtic territories. Celtic middlemen facilitated exchange between Northern Europe and Mediterranean civilizations. Celtic craftsmen transformed raw materials into finished goods. Celtic warriors protected trade routes and enforced agreements. Celtic society depended on and profited from these commercial connections. Cultural exchange accompanied commercial trade. Mediterranean luxury goods appeared in Celtic graves. Greek artistic motifs influenced Celtic design. Roman political concepts affected Celtic governance. Yet Celtic culture absorbed these influences without losing distinctive character. The Latin art style incorporated Greek elements while remaining unmistakably Celtic. Celtic warfare adopted some Mediterranean techniques while maintaining traditional emphasis on individual combat. Celtic society engaged with Mediterranean civilization while preserving fundamental values and structures. The Celtic world in 250 BCE represented an alternative model of civilization, different from the urban, literate, politically centralized cultures of the Mediterranean, but no less sophisticated in its own terms. Celtic metalwork matched or exceeded Mediterranean craftsmanship. Celtic oral traditions preserved history and law without writing. Celtic social structures maintained order without bureaucracy. Celtic trade networks facilitated exchange without coinage or formal contracts. This civilization had emerged from the interaction of indigenous European populations, Indo-European migrations, technological innovations, and environmental conditions. The Late Bronze Age Urnfield culture had provided foundations. The introduction of ironworking had enabled expansion. The Latin artistic revolution had created distinctive cultural identity. The subsequent migrations had spread Celtic languages and culture across the continent. By 250 BCE, the process appeared complete, the system stable, the future secure. The Celtic achievement deserves recognition on its own terms, rather than solely through the lens of later Roman conquest. For centuries, Celtic peoples had created prosperous societies, developed sophisticated cultures, maintained extensive trade networks, produced remarkable art, preserved complex oral traditions, and spread their influence across Europe. They had challenged Mediterranean powers militarily, traded with them economically, influenced them culturally. They had established themselves from the Atlantic to Anatolia, creating a distinctive European civilization that left permanent marks on languages, place names, artistic traditions, and cultural memories. Yet this decentralized system contained internal vulnerabilities that would eventually prove significant. Without political unity, the Celtic world lacked coordination in response to external threats. Each tribe pursued its own interests without considering broader consequences. Military victories remained local achievements rather than strategic advantages. Defeated tribes received no support from neighboring groups. Conquered territories couldn't be held systematically. The same characteristics that enabled Celtic expansion also limited its consolidation. Resource competition intensified as populations grew. The pastoral economy required extensive grazing lands. Expanding herds pushed into neighboring territories. Conflicts over pasture rights became chronic. Young warriors seeking glory found ready justification for raids. Tribal feuds escalated into regional conflicts. The warrior culture that celebrated individual combat made peaceful coexistence difficult. Honor demanded response to insults. Prestige required military success. The social system incentivized perpetual low-level warfare. This endemic conflict prevented economic development beyond certain thresholds. Trade networks remained vulnerable to disruption. Merchants required armed escorts across tribal boundaries. Commerce depended on personal relationships rather than institutional guarantees. Investment in infrastructure made little sense when political situations changed constantly. The dispersed settlement pattern reflected insecurity as much as agricultural necessity. Hill forts proliferated because protection mattered more than efficiency. Agricultural productivity remained relatively static. Without centralized organization, large-scale irrigation projects were impossible. Land clearance proceeded slowly and unevenly. Farming techniques evolved through gradual experimentation rather than systematic innovation. The pastoral emphasis limited crop diversification. The seasonal migration patterns of herding communities disrupted consistent cultivation. Food surpluses existed, but couldn't be reliably stored or distributed across regions. Population growth created pressure on available resources. The Celtic economy could support increased numbers, but not indefinitely. The extensive agricultural system required constant territorial expansion. As the frontier closed, the system faced inherent limits. Yet the social structure provided no mechanism for addressing this fundamental constraint. The warrior culture celebrated expansion, but couldn't adapt to stabilization. The decentralized political system prevented collective planning or resource management. Manufacturing remained craft-based rather than industrial. Individual artisans produced remarkable works, but in limited quantities. Workshops stayed small and family-operated. Technical knowledge passed through apprenticeship rather than formal education. Innovation occurred but spread slowly across the Celtic world. Standardization proved difficult without institutional enforcement. Quality varied dramatically between producers. The economic system rewarded exceptional craftsmanship but couldn't scale production to meet growing demand. These structural limitations became increasingly apparent by 200 BCE. The Celtic world had achieved remarkable geographic extent but faced mounting challenges maintaining cohesion. The same decentralized structure that enabled rapid expansion now hindered effective governance. The warrior culture that conquered territories couldn't administer them efficiently. The oral tradition that preserved cultural identity couldn't manage complex economic systems. The religious authority that provided social cohesion couldn't coordinate political action. Mediterranean civilizations, meanwhile, developed increasingly sophisticated responses to Celtic military tactics. The psychological warfare that once terrified opponents lost effectiveness through familiarity. The headlong charge that broke enemy formations met disciplined shield walls. The individual combat that earned warrior glory proved ineffective against organized infantry. The lack of armor that demonstrated courage became fatal vulnerability against professional soldiers. The Celtic military system that dominated battlefields for centuries encountered tactical innovations it couldn't easily counter. Roman military development particularly reflected lessons learned from Celtic warfare. The disaster at the Allia had traumatized Rome, but also motivated fundamental reforms. Roman infantry adopted longer shields, providing better protection. Roman commanders developed tactics specifically designed to counter Celtic charges. Roman logistics ensured soldiers remained equipped and supplied. Roman discipline transformed citizen soldiers into professional warriors. The Roman military system evolved to neutralize Celtic advantages while exploiting Celtic weaknesses. Greek military thought similarly adapted to Celtic threats. The invasion of Greece in 279 BCE demonstrated Celtic capabilities, but also revealed limitations. Greek hoplites learned to maintain formation against psychological warfare. Greek cavalry developed techniques for flanking Celtic infantry. Greek commanders recognized that Celtic fury couldn't sustain prolonged engagements. The Battle of Delphi showed that determined resistance could defeat Celtic attacks. The subsequent retreat into Anatolia indicated that Celtic expansion faced real constraints. The Galatian experience illustrated both Celtic adaptability and ultimate limitations. 3 tribes established themselves in central Anatolia, maintaining cultural identity despite geographic isolation. They served as mercenaries for various Hellenistic kingdoms, their military prowess remaining valuable for generations. They preserved Celtic language and customs for centuries, demonstrating cultural resilience. Yet they remained a minority population surrounded by different civilizations. They adapted to local conditions, but couldn't expand beyond their assigned territories. They survived as Celtic communities, but not as independent Celtic states. Across the Celtic world, similar patterns emerged. In Iberia, the Celtiberians maintained distinctive identity while gradually adopting Mediterranean influences. In Gaul, tribal confederations formed and dissolved without creating lasting political structures. In Britain and Ireland, isolated from Mediterranean contact, Celtic culture continued relatively unchanged. In Central Europe, Germanic peoples began pressing southward, competing for territories and resources. The Celtic world remained culturally vibrant but politically fragmented. Trade networks continued functioning but faced increasing strain. Roman expansion disrupted traditional routes through northern Italy. Germanic movements affected amber trade from the Baltic. Competition for control of river systems intensified. Merchants required more elaborate protection arrangements. Transaction costs increased, reducing profit margins. The commercial connections that enriched Celtic society became less reliable. The Druids maintained cultural cohesion, but couldn't prevent political fragmentation. Their religious authority transcended tribal boundaries, yet they held no executive power. They resolved disputes through mediation, not enforcement. They preserved traditions through oral transmission, which limited knowledge dissemination. They trained successors through lengthy apprenticeships, restricting the number of qualified practitioners. The Druidic system sustained Celtic identity, but couldn't coordinate Celtic action. Artistic production continued at high levels. Latin art reached its mature phase, with increasingly sophisticated designs and techniques. Gold torques displayed extraordinary craftsmanship. Bronze shields combined functionality with beauty. Decorated weapons served as status symbols and artistic expressions. Ritual objects demonstrated religious devotion and aesthetic sensibility. The artistic tradition remained vital even as political circumstances changed. Religious practices similarly continued without fundamental alteration. Sacred groves still hosted ceremonies. Votive offerings accumulated at holy springs. Ritual deposits of weapons honored the gods. Seasonal festivals marked agricultural cycles. The spiritual world remained integral to Celtic life. Religious continuity provided stability amid political uncertainty. Yet the Celtic world of 200 BCE differed significantly from that of 400 BCE. The period of rapid expansion had ended. The frontier had closed. The easy victories had passed. The psychological advantage had dissipated. The military superiority had eroded. The economic model faced constraints. The political system showed weaknesses. The social structure revealed limitations. The Celtic achievement remained impressive by any measure. From Central European origins, Celtic peoples had spread across the continent. They had developed distinctive artistic traditions recognized across vast distances. They had created sophisticated metalworking techniques, They had maintained cultural identity without political unity. They had preserved complex oral traditions across generations. They had established extensive trade networks. They had influenced neighboring civilizations while maintaining distinctive character. The Celtic world encompassed enormous diversity within recognizable unity. The Galatians in Anatolia, the Celtiberians in Iberia, the Gauls in France, the Britons in Britain, the Gaels in Ireland, all spoke related languages and shared cultural features. Yet each developed unique characteristics adapted to local conditions. Each maintained tribal independence while participating in broader Celtic civilization. Each contributed to collective cultural heritage while preserving individual identity. This balance between unity and diversity represented Celtic civilization's greatest strength and fundamental weakness. Cultural cohesion enabled expansion without requiring political consolidation. Shared language facilitated communication without demanding centralized authority. Common religious practices created connections without institutional hierarchy. Similar artistic styles expressed collective identity without uniform governance. The system worked remarkably well for centuries, but it contained no mechanism for adaptation when external circumstances changed. When expansion slowed, the warrior culture couldn't adjust. When frontiers closed, the pastoral economy faced limits. When opponents learned counter-tactics, the military system struggled to innovate. When trade routes disrupted, the commercial networks couldn't reorganize. When population pressures increased, the political structure provided no collective response. The Celtic world in 200 BCE stood at an inflection point, though contemporaries couldn't recognize it. The accomplishments remained visible, the culture vibrant, the society prosperous. Trade continued, art flourished, traditions persisted. Warriors still earned glory, druids still commanded respect, craftsmen still produced masterworks. The Celtic achievement appeared secure, the system stable, the future promising. Yet the structural characteristics that enabled Celtic success contained inherent constraints that would eventually matter profoundly. The constraints that eventually mattered emerged not suddenly, but gradually through accumulating pressures that individually seemed manageable yet collectively transformed circumstances fundamentally. Population growth represented the most basic pressure. Celtic success encouraged demographic expansion. More children survived. Communities grew larger. Settlements multiplied across landscapes. The pastoral economy that sustained earlier populations encountered limits as numbers increased. Available grazing land couldn't expand indefinitely. Forest clearance reached practical boundaries. Marginal lands entered cultivation. The extensive agricultural model that worked for smaller populations strained under demographic weight. Competition for resources intensified correspondingly. Prime agricultural land became scarcer. Grazing territories faced overcrowding. Salt deposits supporting trade networks couldn't increase production infinitely. Iron ore deposits in accessible locations became depleted. Gold sources faced exhaustion. Trade routes reached capacity constraints. The economic expansion that accompanied territorial growth couldn't continue indefinitely without fundamental restructuring. Military dynamics shifted as opponents adapted. The psychological warfare that terrorized early enemies lost effectiveness through familiarity. Opponents learned that Celtic charges, however ferocious, followed predictable patterns. Disciplined infantry maintaining formation could withstand the initial assault. Cavalry could harass Celtic flanks. Fortified positions negated mobility advantages. The tactical superiority that enabled rapid expansion eroded as adversaries developed counter-strategies through hard experience. The warrior culture itself contained inherent limitations becoming increasingly apparent. Individual glory-seeking that motivated fighters in small-scale conflicts became liability in larger engagements requiring coordination. Tribal independence that provided flexibility during expansion prevented unified response to threats. Leadership selection, emphasizing martial prowess over administrative capability, worked adequately during conquest, but proved inadequate for territorial governance. The social system optimized for raiding and migration adapted poorly to settled administration. Political fragmentation that earlier seemed strength revealed weaknesses under pressure. Tribal autonomy prevented coordinated defense. Intertribal rivalries consumed energy and resources. Succession disputes destabilized communities. Blood feuds perpetuated conflicts. The absence of overarching political structures that had enabled decentralized expansion now precluded collective action when circumstances demanded unity. Each tribe pursued individual interests without mechanisms for compromise or coalition. The economic model faced structural constraints beyond simple resource depletion. Pastoral wealth accumulation depended on continuous expansion, providing new grazing lands. Once territorial growth slowed, the system encountered limits. Cattle couldn't multiply indefinitely without additional pasture. Surplus herds couldn't be absorbed through existing trade networks. Wealth concentration among elites increased without corresponding expansion of overall prosperity. Economic inequality grew without safety valves that territorial expansion previously provided. Trade networks encountered disruption from multiple sources. Mediterranean suppliers faced their own conflicts affecting exports northward. Rival trading peoples competed for access to Celtic markets. Transportation routes became contested as political situations changed. The Etruscan decline disrupted Italian connections. Greek city-states embroiled in conflicts reduced commercial activity. The stable trading relationships that enriched Celtic elites faced increasing uncertainty and volatility. The Rhine frontier represented one critical pressure point. Germanic peoples from the north pressed southward, seeking access to resources and opportunities Celtic expansion had previously monopolized. These migrations created friction along the northern Celtic periphery. Conflicts multiplied. Resources diverted to defense. The northern boundary that seemed secure during expansion became contested borderland requiring constant attention. In Iberia, Celtic settlements encountered resistance from indigenous populations who had recovered from initial displacement. The Celtiberians faced pressure from other Iberian peoples, unwilling to accept Celtic dominance permanently. Local conflicts multiplied. Resources devoted to internal Spanish affairs reduced Celtic attention to other regions. The Iberian Celtic presence, initially so successful, required increasing effort to maintain. Italy presented particularly significant challenges. The Po Valley Celts, who had settled during the expansion period, found themselves squeezed between multiple pressures. The Etruscans to the south, though weakened, still resisted Celtic encroachment. The Romans, recovering from the Gallic sack, grew increasingly hostile and militarily capable. The Alpine passes connecting Italian Celts to their Gallic cousins became contested routes rather than secure communications lines. The Italian Celtic position, initially so threatening to Mediterranean powers, became increasingly precarious. The Galatian situation in Anatolia illustrated both Celtic adaptability and ultimate limitations. These Eastern Celts maintained identity despite geographic isolation. They preserved language and culture. They provided military service as mercenaries throughout the Hellenistic world. Yet their numbers remained relatively small. They couldn't expand further against powerful Hellenistic kingdoms. They faced constant pressure from surrounding peoples. The Galatians survived through accommodation rather than dominance, adapting to circumstances rather than transforming them. Religious institutions provided continuity, but couldn't solve structural problems. Druids maintained traditions, resolved disputes, preserved knowledge. Yet their authority, however respected, couldn't compel intertribal cooperation. Sacred groves hosted ceremonies, but didn't coordinate policy. Ritual calendars marked seasonal rhythms without addressing resource constraints. The spiritual framework that sustained Celtic identity proved insufficient for political organization beyond tribal level. Social mobility that theoretically existed faced practical limitations. A farmer's son might become warrior through demonstrating prowess. An artisan might accumulate wealth through exceptional skill. Yet the upper ranks increasingly closed to outsiders as elite families consolidated positions. Intermarriage among aristocracy created networks excluding newcomers. Control of land and herds concentrated among established lineages. The social fluidity that characterized earlier periods diminished as society stabilized and hierarchies hardened. Women's roles, while more prominent than in some Mediterranean societies, still reflected patriarchal structures limiting opportunities. Elite women might exercise considerable influence, particularly as wives or widows of chieftains. Some women warriors existed in legend and possibly reality, yet formal authority remained predominantly male. Property typically passed through male lines. Political leadership defaulted to men except in extraordinary circumstances. The society that granted women more autonomy than contemporaries still operated within patriarchal framework, constraining female advancement. Slavery represented society's foundation in ways rarely acknowledged. Captives from warfare provided labor for agriculture, mining, and crafts. Enslaved people enabled elite leisure and warrior culture by performing productive work. The export of slaves generated wealth funding conspicuous consumption. Yet this dependence on enslaved labor created vulnerability. As expansion slowed, sources of new captives diminished. Existing enslaved populations required control and supervision. The economic model, depending on slave labor, faced constraints as captive supplies decreased. Craft specialization that produced remarkable artifacts also created economic vulnerabilities. Master metalworkers spent years perfecting skills. The finest torques required enormous labor investment. Elaborate weapons served primarily ceremonial purposes. The resources devoted to prestige goods for elite consumption represented opportunity costs. Materials and labor producing artistic masterpieces couldn't simultaneously produce agricultural tools or practical weapons. The emphasis on display and status through material culture consumed resources without necessarily increasing productive capacity. Military equipment itself illustrated economic constraints. Chainmail, while providing superior protection, required such extensive labor that only the wealthiest could afford it. Fine weapons demanded specialized metallurgical knowledge and significant time investment. Horses for cavalry required breeding, training, and maintenance. The warrior elite's equipment represented enormous resource concentration. Maintaining military effectiveness as population grew meant either expanding elite numbers, diluting equipment quality, or accepting that proportionally fewer warriors could afford proper gear. Agricultural practices, while adequate for supporting population, lacked intensive improvement. Crop rotation remained limited. Fertilization techniques stayed basic. Irrigation developments lagged behind Mediterranean agriculture. Tools, though iron, followed traditional designs. The agricultural productivity that sustained Celtic society didn't advance significantly. Without agricultural intensification, population growth eventually pressed against productive capacity. Storage and preservation capabilities similarly remained relatively unchanged. Grain storage in pits worked adequately but involved significant spoilage. Meat preservation through salting required substantial salt supplies. Fermented beverages provided calories but required grain that might otherwise feed people directly. The food systems supporting society functioned but contained inefficiencies that mattered increasingly as populations grew and resources tightened. Transportation technology likewise showed little advancement. River transport moved bulk goods efficiently but depended on favorable routes. Overland transport relied on pack animals and simple carts. Road construction remained minimal. The transportation infrastructure adequate for earlier trade volumes struggled with increased demands. Moving goods and people across Celtic territories required time and effort that couldn't be significantly reduced through existing technology. Written communications' absence created coordination problems increasingly significant as territories expanded. Oral transmission worked within communities where face-to-face contact occurred regularly. But coordinating activities across distances required messengers physically traveling to deliver information. Complex agreements depended on memory rather than reference documents. Administrative records didn't exist to track obligations or transactions. The communication systems adequate for tribal societies proved inadequate for larger-scale organization. Monetary systems remained underdeveloped compared to Mediterranean societies. Barter and gift exchange predominated. Standardized coinage emerged slowly and incompletely. Wealth stored in cattle or precious metal rather than abstract currency. This limited economic complexity and flexibility. Long-distance trade required direct exchange or trusted intermediaries. Capital accumulation and investment faced constraints. The economic tools available to Celtic societies lagged behind developments in more urbanized civilizations. Urbanization itself remained limited. The oppida that emerged represented significant developments, yet remained small by Mediterranean standards. Most population lived in rural settlements. Craft specialization concentrated in certain locations but didn't create true urban economies. The absence of large cities meant Celtic societies lacked the economic density and institutional complexity cities enabled. This limited administrative sophistication, technological innovation, and cultural development compared to urbanized civilizations. Legal systems, while sophisticated in customary law, lacked formal codification. Druids memorized legal principles and precedents. Disputes resolved through oral proceedings and traditional procedures. This worked within stable communities, sharing common understanding. But it provided no mechanism for systematic legal development or standardization across tribes. The legal framework maintaining social order within tribes couldn't easily extend to intertribal relations or adapt to changing circumstances requiring new rules. These accumulated constraints didn't spell immediate crisis. Celtic society in 200 BCE remained prosperous, culturally vibrant, militarily formidable. Trade continued generating wealth. Artisans produced masterworks. Warriors maintained martial traditions. Druids preserved knowledge. Communities celebrated seasonal festivals. The surface appearance suggested stability and strength. Yet beneath this prosperity, structural characteristics that enabled earlier success now created vulnerabilities that would matter profoundly when external pressures intensified. The absence of centralized political authority mattered increasingly as Rome transformed from regional power into imperial machine. While Celtic tribes maintained traditional independence, Rome developed unified command structures coordinating multiple legions across vast distances. Roman generals received appointments granting authority over entire provinces. Their legions moved according to strategic plans developed in Rome rather than local circumstances. This centralization enabled Rome to concentrate overwhelming force against specific targets while maintaining defensive positions elsewhere. Celtic tribes lacked equivalent mechanisms for coordinated action beyond temporary alliances, formed for immediate purposes, then dissolving once those purposes ended. Military professionalism created widening gaps in effectiveness. Roman soldiers trained constantly in standardized techniques applied consistently across all legions. Recruits underwent systematic instruction, transforming civilians into disciplined infantry. Veteran soldiers passed knowledge to newer recruits through institutional training programs. Equipment followed uniform specifications, ensuring interoperability. Tactics evolved through experience shared across the entire military system. Celtic warriors learned individual combat skills and fought according to tribal traditions varying between groups. No systematic training institutions existed. No standardized equipment specifications. No formal mechanism for tactical innovation to spread. The warrior cultures producing formidable individual fighters couldn't match the institutional military power Rome developed. Economic resources increasingly favored centralized states over tribal societies. Rome's control over Mediterranean trade generated enormous revenues funding military expansion. Tax systems extracted resources systematically from conquered territories. State control over mining operations secured metal supplies. Agricultural production from Italian estates and provincial lands fed armies in the field. Celtic economies generated substantial wealth through trade and agriculture, yet lacked mechanisms for systematic resource mobilization. Tribal chiefs controlled local resources, but couldn't coordinate extraction across territories. Trade enriched individual communities, but didn't fund unified military efforts. The economic foundations supporting Celtic prosperity couldn't compete with state-organized resource mobilization. Diplomatic relationships evolved differently for centralized versus tribal societies. Rome negotiated treaties as a unified entity speaking with single voice. Roman diplomacy aimed at strategic objectives coordinated with military planning. Agreements made by Roman representatives bound the entire state. Celtic diplomacy operated through individual tribal leaders making agreements representing only their own communities. Treaties negotiated with one tribe didn't bind others. Alliances formed for specific purposes rarely extended beyond immediate circumstances. Rome exploited these differences, negotiating separately with individual tribes, forming alliances, dividing potential opponents, making agreements with some while attacking others. Technological advantages gradually accumulated despite Celtic innovations. Romans adopted successful Celtic military equipment while maintaining superior logistics and engineering. Celtic chainmail protected individual warriors superbly, but Roman legions fielded larger numbers of adequately equipped soldiers supported by superior supply systems. Celtic swords demonstrated excellent metallurgy, but Roman standardized production equipped entire armies consistently. Roman military engineering constructed siege equipment, fortifications, and infrastructure supporting sustained campaigns. Celtic warfare relied on courage and individual prowess rather than engineering and logistics. The technological balance that once favored Celtic warriors shifted toward Roman systematic application of adequate technology at scale. Information asymmetries created strategic disadvantages. Roman intelligence gathering systematically collected information about Celtic territories, tribal relationships, military capabilities, and political dynamics. Roman commanders planning campaigns possessed detailed knowledge of terrain, settlement locations, tribal rivalries, and potential allies. Celtic knowledge of Rome remained limited. Information traveled through oral transmission, subject to distortion. Strategic planning occurred within individual tribes lacking comprehensive understanding of Roman capabilities or intentions. Romans knew more about Celtic societies than Celts knew about Rome, creating fundamental information advantages exploited consistently. Adaptation rates differed critically. Roman military evolved continuously, incorporating successful techniques from various opponents while maintaining institutional coherence. Lessons learned in Spain informed tactics in Gaul. Experience fighting one Celtic tribe prepared Romans for encounters with others. Institutional memory preserved knowledge across generations of commanders. Celtic military traditions changed slowly, passed through warrior training, emphasizing individual prowess over systematic adaptation. Successful tactics against traditional opponents failed against Roman formations, yet tribal warfare traditions proved difficult to modify. The ability to learn and adapt systematically gave Rome cumulative advantages compounding over time. Political fragmentation prevented effective responses to systematic threats. When Rome attacked one Celtic territory, others often remained neutral or actively opposed the threatened tribe due to traditional rivalries. The inability to recognize common interest against unified opponent proved fatal. Some tribes allied with Rome against traditional Celtic enemies, providing intelligence and military support, facilitating Roman expansion. By the time remaining tribes recognized the threat, Rome had already conquered enough territory to isolate survivors. The political structure that enabled Celtic expansion across Europe contained no mechanism for unified response to existential threats. Cultural characteristics that previously enabled success became vulnerabilities. The emphasis on individual warrior glory discouraged disciplined formation fighting necessary against Roman legions. The value placed on personal independence resisted subordination to unified command. The oral tradition preserving knowledge limited information transmission compared to written communication. The tribal loyalty binding communities together prevented broader political organization. The very features defining Celtic identity constrained adaptation to changing circumstances requiring different organizational forms. The Druids, who maintained cultural continuity across fragmented political landscape, couldn't prevent military defeat. Their knowledge preserved traditions but didn't extend to military strategy against systematic opponents. Their authority resolved disputes within Celtic society but didn't create political unity. Their spiritual power sustained cultural identity but couldn't mobilize coordinated resistance. The religious and intellectual leadership that unified Celtic culture operated in different spheres from military and political organization, limiting their influence when existential threats required coordinated action. By the time Roman expansion threatened Celtic territories directly, the structural characteristics limiting Celtic development had accumulated into systemic vulnerability. Individual tribes possessed military capability, defeating any single opponent. Collectively, Celtic territories commanded substantial resources and population, yet the absence of political unity, systematic military organization, centralized resource mobilization, and institutional adaptation mechanisms meant these considerable strengths couldn't effectively resist systematic conquest. By unified state deploying coordinated military power, supported by sophisticated logistics and strategic planning, the transformation from dominance to vulnerability occurred gradually. Each generation of Celtic society functioned adequately within existing framework. The problems accumulating from structural limitations remained manageable as long as external threats came from comparable tribal societies. Traditional warfare between Celtic tribes and similar opponents continued producing victories and maintaining martial traditions. The gradual development of Roman power occurred beyond most Celts' awareness until conquest arrived. By then, adapting to new circumstances required transformations in political organization, military structure, and social institutions impossible to accomplish quickly enough to prevent defeat. Understanding Celtic vulnerability requires recognizing that societies don't fail simply because of external pressure. They fail when internal characteristics limiting adaptation meet external challenges requiring transformation. Celtic society functioned successfully for centuries within its established framework. The tribal organization, warrior culture, oral tradition, and decentralized authority enabled expansion across Europe and creation of vibrant civilization. These same characteristics prevented the kind of political centralization, military systematization, and institutional development necessary to resist conquest by a fundamentally different form of society. The Celtic world at its height represented remarkable achievement. From origins in Central European heartlands, Celtic peoples spread across vast territories from Iberia to Anatolia, from Britain to the Balkans. They developed sophisticated artistic traditions, producing masterworks still admired today. Their metalworking skills created weapons and ornaments of exceptional quality. Their social structures balanced individual freedom with community cohesion. Their religious traditions connected people to landscape and cosmos. Their warriors demonstrated courage, earning respect, even from enemies. For centuries, Celtic civilization flourished as one of ancient Europe's dominant cultures. Yet that very success contained seeds of vulnerability. The characteristics enabling Celtic expansion couldn't sustain Celtic independence against different form of power. The story of Celtic rise reveals how societies succeed within particular contexts. The story of limitations reveals how success in one era creates vulnerability in another when circumstances change requiring different capabilities. The Celtic achievement stands among ancient world's significant accomplishments. The Celtic failure illuminates how even successful civilizations contain within themselves the constraints that determine their ultimate fate when confronting challenges requiring transformations incompatible with their foundational characteristics. Standing at this moment in time, roughly 250 BCE, the Celtic world represented one of humanity's most distinctive experiments in civilization. From the Atlantic coasts of Ireland and Iberia to the highlands of central Anatolia, Celtic peoples had created something unprecedented, a vast cultural sphere unified by language, art, religion, and social customs, yet deliberately fragmented politically into hundreds of independent tribes. This wasn't accidental. This wasn't a failure to achieve unity. This was the Celtic way, proven successful through centuries of expansion and prosperity. The achievement deserves recognition without qualification. Celtic metalworkers had mastered iron to degrees rivaling any civilization on Earth. Their gold torques displayed craftsmanship that Mediterranean elites coveted and collected. Their chainmail revolutionized warfare across the ancient world. Their longswords combined function and beauty in ways that made them both weapons and works of art. The material culture they produced wasn't primitive or crude. It was sophisticated, technically advanced, aesthetically distinctive. Celtic social organization, for all its apparent simplicity, functioned with remarkable effectiveness. The three-tier structure of warrior aristocracy, learned classes, and common people provided enough hierarchy for social order while maintaining enough mobility for individual advancement. A talented smith could rise in status. A brave warrior could earn wealth and influence. A child with intellectual gifts could enter druidic training regardless of birth. The system rewarded merit alongside inheritance, creating dynamic societies where ability mattered. The Druids themselves represented one of Celtic civilization's most remarkable features. These weren't simple priests performing rote rituals. They were repositories of collective knowledge, living libraries preserving centuries of accumulated wisdom through prodigious feats of memory. 20 years of training produced individuals who could recite genealogies, spanning generations, legal precedents covering countless scenarios, religious formulas connecting human and divine, mythological narratives explaining cosmic order. All of this maintained orally, passed from teacher to student, preserved without writing yet remarkably stable across vast distances and long time frames. Celtic religion showed similar sophistication beneath its apparent simplicity. The pantheon of deities connected to natural forces and human concerns, the sacred groves where divine and mortal worlds intersected, the ritual deposits in water sources offering precious objects to gods, the seasonal festivals marking agricultural and cosmic cycles, the belief in otherworld realms coexisting with mundane reality. These weren't crude superstitions, but complex theological concepts embedded in lived experience. Celtic peoples understood their world as fundamentally spiritual, where every spring held divine presence, Every grove hosted sacred power. Every mountain connected earth to sky. The artistic tradition Celtic peoples developed stands among the ancient world's most distinctive achievements. That swirling, abstract, endlessly inventive Latin style appeared nowhere else with such consistency and creativity. Greek art aimed for naturalistic representation. Roman art served political propaganda. Celtic art celebrated pattern, transformation, ambiguity. Animals morphed into geometric designs. Human faces emerged from vegetal curves. Nothing stayed fixed. Everything flowed. The aesthetic sensibility underlying this art reflected broader Celtic worldview, where boundaries between categories remained permeable, where transformation was natural, where forms served expression rather than representation. Celtic expansion across Europe demonstrated adaptability rivaling any culture in history. The same peoples who thrived in alpine valleys established themselves successfully in Iberian highlands, British islands, Gallic river valleys, Balkan mountains, Anatolian plateaus. They absorbed local populations without losing identity. They adopted useful innovations without abandoning core values. They maintained linguistic unity across enormous distances while developing regional variations. The Galatians in Anatolia, separated from other Celtic peoples by thousands of miles and surrounded by completely different cultures, nevertheless remained recognizably Celtic for centuries. This cultural resilience without political structure, this identity maintained through shared traditions rather than imposed authority, represents remarkable achievement. The trade networks Celtic peoples established and maintained connected disparate regions into functioning economic systems. Salt from Austrian mines reached Mediterranean markets. Tin from Cornwall supplied bronze production across Europe. Amber from Baltic shores decorated Celtic jewellery. Wine from Greek vineyards filled Celtic feasting halls. Slaves captured in warfare became commodities in Mediterranean markets. Iron weapons forged in specialized centers equipped warriors across the Celtic world. These weren't simple exchanges, but complex relationships involving credit, obligation, long-term partnerships, and cultural transmission alongside material goods. Celtic military effectiveness, whatever its ultimate limitations, deserves acknowledgement. For centuries, Celtic warriors terrified opponents across Europe and the Mediterranean. The psychological warfare, the fierce charges, the individual combat prowess, the weapon skills, all of these created formidable fighting forces. The sack of Rome in 390 BCE wasn't luck. The invasion of Greece in 279 BCE was an accident. The establishment of Galatia in Anatolia wasn't aberration. Celtic military capabilities enabled territorial expansion covering much of Europe and successful confrontations with supposedly superior civilizations. That these tactics eventually met their match doesn't diminish the centuries of success preceding defeat. The pastoral economy supporting Celtic society, while eventually encountering limits, functioned effectively for extended periods. Cattle provided wealth, status, nutrition, trade goods. Agriculture supplied grain for bread and beer. Hunting supplemented diet with meat and skins. Fishing in rivers and coasts added protein. Foraging gathered wild foods. The combination sustained populations allowing surplus supporting elite culture, specialized craftsmen, religious institutions, military activities. The system worked because it matched environmental conditions and social structures, extracting resources sustainably within technological capabilities. Celtic languages, spreading from Central European origins across vast territories, created communication networks, enabling cultural transmission without political unity. A trader from Gaul could negotiate in Britain. A warrior from Bohemia could understand basic communication in Galatia. A druid trained in one region could practice in another. Linguistic unity facilitated the cultural coherence that defined Celtic civilization, despite political fragmentation. These languages, descendants of Indo-European roots, developed distinctive characteristics, marking them as clearly Celtic, while maintaining enough variation to reflect regional identities. The settlement patterns Celtic peoples developed reflected their social organization and economic practices. Small farmsteads and hamlets dotted landscapes, housing extended families working surrounding lands. Larger villages served as local centers for trade and gatherings. Hill forts provided defense during conflicts and hosted seasonal assemblies. The oppida that emerged in later periods functioned as proto-urban centers without becoming true cities. This dispersed settlement pattern suited pastoral economy, tribal organization, and warrior culture, while maintaining enough concentration for social interaction and economic exchange. Celtic technological capabilities extended beyond the famous metalworking. Their agricultural implements enabled cultivation of heavy soils. Their pottery served both utilitarian and decorative purposes. Their textile production created clothing and trade goods. Their woodworking constructed buildings, vehicles, and tools. Their leatherworking produced practical and luxury items. The full range of crafts necessary for complex society existed and operated at sophisticated levels. Celtic peoples weren't primitive in technology. They simply emphasized different technologies than Mediterranean civilizations, suited to different environments and priorities. The seasonal rhythms structuring Celtic life connected human communities to natural cycles. Spring planting, summer growth, autumn harvest, winter survival. These agricultural patterns shaped everything. When warriors campaigned, when assemblies gathered, when festivals celebrated, when trade intensified. The calendar wasn't abstract measurement, but lived experience tied to subsistence. Celtic peoples understood themselves as part of natural world, dependent on its cycles, connected to its rhythms, participants in cosmic patterns rather than controllers of nature. Family structures provided fundamental social organization. Extended kinship networks determined identity, obligation, protection. Marriage created alliances between families. Fosterage placed children with other families, creating bonds transcending immediate kin. Inheritance patterns transmitted wealth and status across generations. Blood feuds could span decades as families pursued vengeance for wrongs. Kinship wasn't just genealogy. It was the basic framework organizing Celtic society, providing security, defining relationships, establishing responsibilities. Women's roles, while constrained by patriarchal structures, allowed more autonomy than many contemporary societies. Elite women could wield considerable influence. Some owned property independently. Queens occasionally ruled tribes. Women participated in religious activities. Female craft specialists existed. Celtic society wasn't egalitarian, but neither was it completely restrictive. Women navigated patriarchal constraints with varying degrees of success depending on status, ability, and circumstances. The feasting culture central to Celtic social life served multiple functions beyond eating and drinking. Feasts displayed wealth and generosity. They created obligations through hospitality. They provided venues for political negotiation. They entertained through music and storytelling. They honored warriors and celebrated victories. They marked seasonal transitions and religious occasions. The feast hall was political arena, social gathering, cultural performance, all simultaneously. Understanding Celtic society requires understanding the centrality of feasting to social reproduction. Celtic warfare, for all its emphasis on individual glory, also involved strategy and planning. Choosing battle sites advantageously, timing campaigns to seasons and weather. gathering intelligence about opponents, forming alliances with potential supporters, negotiating when appropriate, raiding to weaken enemies and gather resources. Celtic military activities weren't simply mindless violence, but calculated actions pursuing political and economic objectives through martial means. The warrior culture celebrated individual prowess, but successful chieftains combined courage with cunning. The material remains Celtic peoples left behind continue revealing new insights. Burial sites with rich grave goods, hoards of metalwork deposited in water, fortifications defending hilltop settlements, workshops where craftsmen plied trades, agricultural tools and storage facilities, religious sites with votive offerings. Each archaeological discovery adds detail to our understanding. The written sources from Greek and Roman authors, valuable but biased, gain context from physical evidence. Celtic civilization emerges not from texts alone, but from material culture speaking across millennia. The languages Celtic peoples spoke survive in modified forms: Irish and Scottish Gaelic, Welsh, Breton. These living languages connect modern speakers to ancient traditions. The words changed, grammar evolved, vocabulary incorporated influences. Yet continuity exists. A thread stretches from Bronze Age origins through Iron Age expansion to modern Celtic-speaking communities. The languages endure as living testimony to cultural persistence. Place names across Europe preserve Celtic linguistic heritage. Rivers, mountains, settlements still bear names Celtic peoples gave them millennia ago. The Thames, the Rhine, the Danube, London, Vienna, Paris. These familiar names echo Celtic languages, permanent marks on European geography. Every time someone says these names, they speak words rooted in Celtic languages, acknowledging unwittingly the deep history these peoples inscribed on the landscape. Celtic influence on subsequent European development extended beyond direct inheritance. The Romans who conquered Celtic territories absorbed cultural elements, military equipment, artistic motifs, religious concepts, agricultural techniques. The Germanic peoples who later dominated Northern Europe encountered Celtic culture through conquest and assimilation. Medieval European civilization emerged from complex interactions between Roman, Germanic, and Celtic traditions. Untangling these influences proves difficult, but Celtic contributions to European cultural development were substantial and lasting. The story of Celtic rise from Central European origins to continental dominance demonstrates that civilization takes multiple forms. Cities aren't necessary. Writing isn't essential. Political unity isn't required. Celtic peoples created sophisticated culture through different means than Mediterranean civilizations, adapted to different environments, serving different values. Their achievement proves that human societies can organize complexity through various structures, can create art through different aesthetics, can maintain cultural identity through alternative mechanisms. The Celtic world, at its height in 250 BCE, represented one of ancient Europe's great civilizations. From Ireland's western coasts to Anatolia's eastern highlands, Celtic languages echoed. Celtic art decorated weapons and jewelry. Celtic warriors earned respect and fear. Celtic traders moved goods across continental networks. Celtic druids preserved knowledge spanning generations. Celtic farmers tended fields and herds. Celtic craftsmen created objects of beauty and function. Celtic peoples celebrated festivals connecting them to cosmos and community. This civilization emerged from specific historical circumstances. The transition from bronze to iron, the migrations and settlements of Indo-European speakers, the rich resources of Central Europe, the trade routes connecting north and south, east and west. The warrior culture valuing martial prowess, the religious traditions honoring natural forces, the oral transmission preserving collective memory. All these elements combined into distinctive cultural pattern spreading across Europe. The Celtic achievement deserves recognition as one of humanity's successful experiments in social organization. For roughly a millennium, from Hallstatt culture's emergence around 800 BCE to this moment in 250 BCE, Celtic peoples created, maintained, and expanded civilization covering much of Europe. They developed technologies, established trade networks, produced art, preserved knowledge, organized societies, practiced religion. They lived, worked, fought, celebrated, died, and were remembered. Their descendants continued traditions. Their languages influenced successors. Their cultural legacy shaped Europe's development. Standing in 250 BCE, observing the Celtic world at its zenith, the future remained unwritten. The Opida dotting landscapes would continue growing. The trade networks would keep functioning. The warriors would pursue glory. The druids would train successors. The craftsmen would create masterworks. The farmers would plant and harvest. The festivals would mark seasons. Life would continue in patterns established over centuries. The Celtic peoples had created something remarkable, a civilization without empire, culture without central authority, identity without political unity. They had proven that human societies could organize differently than Mediterranean city-states or Near Eastern kingdoms, while achieving comparable sophistication and success. They had demonstrated that warrior cultures could coexist with artistic refinement, that oral traditions could preserve complex knowledge, that political fragmentation didn't prevent cultural cohesion. This was the Celtic world, vibrant and vital, spanning a continent, connecting diverse peoples through shared language and traditions, maintaining distinctive identity across enormous distances. This was Celtic civilization at its height, the culmination of centuries of development, the product of countless individual and collective choices, the achievement of peoples who had travelled far from their Central European origins to establish themselves as one of the ancient world's dominant cultures. The Celts had risen, and their presence marked Europe indelibly, creating legacies that would endure long after their political independence ended, influencing developments for centuries to come, leaving marks on languages, landscapes, and memories that persist into the present day. In the second part of this episode, we focus more on the fall of the Celts. The Celtic world didn't vanish overnight. It fractured, bent under pressure, and slowly transformed across centuries until what once dominated much of Europe became a memory, preserved only in the edges of the continent. This is the story of how that happened. By the 3rd century BCE, the Celtic peoples had spread across an enormous territory, from the Atlantic coasts of Iberia and Gaul to the forests of Central Europe, and as far as the plains of Anatolia. They were a patchwork of tribes, loosely connected by language, culture, and religion, but never unified under a single banner. That lack of unity would become their greatest vulnerability. While Rome was building legions and roads, while Germanic tribes were consolidating in the north, the Celts remained fragmented, bound by tradition, but divided by rivalry. And in a world increasingly dominated by centralized states and disciplined armies, fragmentation was a death sentence. The decline didn't begin with a single battle or betrayal. It began with something quieter and far more insidious. The Celts were politically splintered. Each tribe operated independently, governed by its own chieftains, warriors, and druids. Alliances shifted constantly. One season's ally could be next season's enemy. This system worked well enough in times of peace or when facing weaker opponents, but it left the Celtic world dangerously exposed when confronted by powers that could organize, plan, and sustain long campaigns. Rome was one such power, and Rome was watching. Celtic tribes often fought each other as fiercely as they fought outsiders. In Gaul alone, dozens of tribes vied for dominance. The Aedui, the Averni, the Sequani, all powerful groups with their own ambitions and grudges. These internal conflicts drained resources, divided loyalties, and made coordinated resistance nearly impossible. When a foreign threat appeared, Celtic leaders struggled to unite. Trust was scarce. Old wounds ran deep, and by the time they recognized the danger, it was often too late. There was no Celtic emperor, no central council with binding authority. The Druids held spiritual influence, but they didn't command armies. Tribal kings held power, but only within their own territories. This decentralization had allowed Celtic culture to flourish in diverse forms across Europe. But it also meant there was no mechanism to respond collectively to existential threats. When Rome came, the Celts faced it tribe by tribe, region by region, and one by one they fell. Military disunity compounded the problem. Celtic warriors were fierce, skilled, and brave. They fought with passion and individual prowess. But passion alone doesn't win wars against disciplined infantry formations and siege engineers. The Romans fought as units. They built fortifications. They planned supply lines. They adapted tactics based on terrain and enemy behavior. Celtic warfare, by contrast, often relied on individual heroics and sudden raids. In open battle, Celtic charges could be devastating. But when faced with entrenched legions, organized flanking maneuvers, and relentless attrition, the Celtic way of war began to falter. And then there were the migrations. While the Celts were dealing with internal rivalries and the growing threat of Rome, another force was moving across Europe. Germanic tribes expanding southward and westward began pushing into traditionally Celtic lands. The pressure was gradual but constant. In some regions, Celts and Germans coexisted or intermarried. In others, violence erupted. Over time, large swaths of Central Europe, once dominated by Celtic-speaking peoples, came under Germanic influence. The cultural and linguistic map of the continent was shifting, and the Celts were being squeezed from multiple directions. But the most decisive blow came from Rome, and it came with calculated precision. Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul between 58 and 50 BCE marked the beginning of the end for independent Celtic Gaul. Caesar didn't stumble into Gaul by accident. He arrived with political ambitions, military genius, and a ruthless understanding of how to exploit division. His account of the Gallic Wars, written in his own hand, offers a chillingly efficient chronicle of how he dismantled the Celtic resistance piece by piece. He played tribes against each other. He made alliances with some while crushing others. He used diplomacy, bribery, and terror in equal measure. The Helvetii tried to migrate westward and were slaughtered. The Belgae resisted and were defeated. Ariovistus, a Germanic king allied with some Gallic tribes, was driven back across the Rhine. Caesar's legions moved relentlessly, building camps, securing supply routes, and methodically conquering territory. The Celts fought back. They won battles. They launched uprisings, but they could never sustain a unified front long enough to expel the invaders. The most famous resistance came from Vercingetorix, a young chieftain of the Arverni. In 52 BCE, he managed to do what so few had done before: unite multiple Gallic tribes under a single command. He adopted guerrilla tactics, scorched earth strategies, and coordinated attacks. For a brief moment, it seemed like the Celts might actually drive Caesar out. The siege of Gergovia was a Roman defeat. Celtic morale soared. But Caesar adapted. He trapped Vercingetorix and his forces at Alesia, built double fortifications to besiege the town while defending against relief armies, and starved them into submission. Vercingetorix surrendered. He was taken to Rome, displayed in Caesar's triumph, and later executed. With him died the last real hope of a free Gaul. After Alesia, resistance continued in pockets, but it was fragmented and doomed. Within a decade, Gaul was a Roman province. The transformation was swift. Roman roads cut through the landscape. Roman towns replaced tribal settlements. Latin began to spread. The Druids, who had been the keepers of Celtic law, religion, and oral tradition, were systematically suppressed. Rome saw them as a threat, a source of resistance, and alternative authority. Druidic practices were banned. Their groves were destroyed. The heart of Celtic spiritual life in Gaul was ripped out. Romanization didn't happen overnight, but it was thorough. Gaulish elites were incentivized to adopt Roman customs, speak Latin, and integrate into the imperial system. Roman citizenship became a prize. Roman law replaced tribal codes. The old ways didn't vanish entirely. Elements of Celtic culture survived in art, place names, and local traditions. But the political and religious structures that had defined Celtic Gaul were gone. Within a few generations, the descendants of Celtic warriors were speaking Latin, worshipping Roman gods, and serving in Roman legions. The conquest of Gaul was a template. Rome applied similar strategies elsewhere. In Iberia, Celtic tribes in the northwest, the Celtiberians and others, had been resisting Roman expansion for decades. The wars were brutal and prolonged. Towns like Numantia held out for years, enduring sieges that became legendary. But Rome had time, resources, and an empire to draw upon. One by one, the Celtiberian strongholds fell. By the late 1st century BCE, Iberia was pacified. The Celtic tribes were absorbed into the Roman provincial system. Their languages began to fade. Their independence was extinguished. Britain was next. In 43 CE, under Emperor Claudius, Roman legions invaded the island. The southern tribes, some of whom had trading relationships with Rome, were quickly subdued. Others resisted fiercely. The Iceni, led by Queen Boudicca, launched a devastating revolt in 60 CE, burning Roman towns and slaughtering settlers. For a time, Roman control of Britain seemed fragile, but the legions regrouped, crushed the rebellion, and Boudicca died, likely by her own hand. The uprising was over. Roman Britain became a reality. The conquest of Britain was never total. The far north, what would become Scotland, remained largely unconquered. The Caledonians and Picts resisted Roman advances and held their ground in the highlands. Hadrian's Wall, built in the 120s CE, marked the effective northern limit of Roman control. Beyond it, Celtic tribes maintained their independence, but they were isolated, cut off from the rest of the Celtic world, which was now thoroughly Roman. Ireland was never invaded by Rome. It remained outside the empire, a last refuge of ancient Celtic culture. But even Ireland was not untouched. Trade, contact, and later Christianity would bring changes. The island's isolation preserved much of the old ways longer than anywhere else, but it also meant that Ireland became peripheral, removed from the currents shaping the rest of Europe. Across the continent, Germanic expansion continued. The Rhine and Danube became rough boundaries. East of the Rhine, Celtic influence waned. Germanic tribes, the Suebi, the Marcomanni, the Quadi, moved into regions once dominated by Celts. Some Celtic groups were absorbed, others migrated or were pushed westward. By the early centuries of the Common Era, the heartland of Celtic culture in Central Europe had largely disappeared. The languages shifted. The tribal names changed. The Celtic world was contracting. And then came Christianity. This was not a sudden conversion, but a slow, uneven process that unfolded over centuries. Christianity arrived in Roman Britain and Gaul through soldiers, merchants, and missionaries. It offered a universal religion, one that transcended tribal boundaries and aligned with the Roman imperial order. For a time, Celtic paganism persisted. Druids still held influence in remote areas. Sacred groves and rituals continued. But the institutional power of the Druids had been broken by Rome, and Christianity filled the void. In Ireland, Christianity took root in the 5th century, largely through the efforts of missionaries like Patrick. The process was relatively peaceful. Irish kings and chieftains converted, and with them, their people. Monasteries became centers of learning, preserving not just Christian texts, but also fragments of Celtic myth, lore, and history. Irish monks became some of the most educated people in Europe, copying manuscripts and spreading literacy. But this was also a transformation. The old gods were reinterpreted or forgotten. Festivals were Christianized. Sacred sites were converted into churches. Celtic religion, once centered on druids, nature, and ancestor worship, was absorbed into a new framework. The transition wasn't always smooth. Pagan practices lingered. Folk beliefs persisted. But by the early Middle Ages, the Celtic world was Christian. The political structures that had defined the ancient Celts were gone. The tribes, the chieftains, the warrior culture, all had been replaced or assimilated. Roman administration, Germanic kingdoms, and Christian ecclesiastical authority now governed the lands once ruled by Celtic kings. The Celts had not been exterminated. Their descendants remained, but they no longer held power. They no longer shaped the political destiny of Europe. What survived was cultural. In Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany, Celtic languages continued to be spoken. Stories, poems, and songs passed down through generations. Artisans still created intricate metalwork and designs. The memory of the old ways lived on, even as the world around them changed. This was no longer the Celtic world of warring tribes and druidic rituals. It was a remnant, a cultural echo in the margins of a continent now dominated by Rome's heirs and new Christian kingdoms. The fall of the Celts was not a single catastrophic event. It was a long, grinding process of conquest, assimilation, and transformation. They lost to Rome's legions, to Germanic migrations, to internal division, and to the slow, inevitable pull of larger, more centralized powers. Their languages faded. Their political systems collapsed. Their spiritual leaders were silenced. But they didn't vanish. And that survival, fragile as it was, carried their legacy forward into a world that would never quite forget them. The Ireland that emerged from Rome's shadow was not the Ireland Rome had known. It had never been conquered, never been garrisoned, never been forced into the imperial mold. And because of that, it became something rare in post-Roman Europe, a place where Celtic culture not only survived, but thrived. While Britain fell to Saxon invaders and Gaul became Francia, Ireland remained linguistically and culturally Celtic. Its kings still spoke Gaelic. Its poets still recited genealogies stretching back to mythical ancestors. Its craftsmen still worked metal into spirals and knots that would have looked familiar to their ancestors centuries before. But this was not a frozen culture. Ireland was changing, adapting, building something new on old foundations. The arrival of Christianity in the 5th century didn't destroy Irish Celtic identity. It transformed it. Missionaries like Patrick didn't conquer Ireland with swords. They came with scripture, literacy, and a new cosmology. Irish kings converted, often peacefully. Monasteries sprang up across the island, not as Roman-style fortresses of the faith, but as uniquely Irish institutions blending Christian theology with native learning. These monasteries became intellectual powerhouses. Monks copied manuscripts, preserving not only biblical texts, but also ancient Irish law codes, heroic sagas, and genealogies. They wrote down stories that had been passed orally for generations, tales of Cuchulainn, the Tyne, the exploits of Fionn mac Cumhaill. Without these Christian scribes, much of what we know about Celtic mythology would have been lost forever. They saved the past even as they built a Christian future. Irish monks didn't stop at preservation. They became some of the most educated people in Europe. While much of the continent descended into chaos after Rome's collapse, Irish monasteries became centers of learning. Latin, Greek, theology, astronomy, all flourished on an island that Rome had never touched. Irish missionaries eventually travelled back to the continent, spreading Christianity and literacy to regions that had fallen into darkness. They founded monasteries in Scotland, northern England, Francia, and even as far as Switzerland and Italy. This was the age of the island of saints and scholars, a golden era of Celtic Christian culture. Yet even as Ireland embraced Christianity, old patterns persisted. The island remained politically fragmented. There was no Irish nation in the modern sense, only a patchwork of kingdoms. Tuatha, ruled by local kings who owed allegiance to regional overkings. These overkings competed for the title of High King of Ireland, a largely symbolic role that carried prestige but little real authority. Ireland's lack of political unity had once made it vulnerable. Now, in the absence of external threats, it simply meant that Irish political life was localised, personal, and intensely competitive. This political structure had consequences. When new invaders arrived in the 9th century, Ireland had no centralised defence. The Vikings came not as conquerors, but as raiders, striking monasteries and coastal settlements with terrifying efficiency. They took slaves, gold, and manuscripts. They burned what they couldn't carry. And Ireland, with its wealth concentrated in undefended monasteries, was an easy target. Over time, some Vikings settled. They founded trading towns like Dublin, Waterford, and Limerick, introducing urban life to an island that had been largely rural. These Norse Gaelic communities intermarried with the Irish, converted to Christianity, and became part of the cultural landscape. Ireland absorbed them, just as it had absorbed other influences. But the Viking Age also marked the beginning of Ireland's long struggle with outside powers. Wales told a different story. Unlike Ireland, Wales had been part of the Roman Empire. Its southern and eastern lowlands had been Romanized. Towns had been built. Roads had been laid. But the mountainous interior remained stubbornly Celtic, linguistically and culturally resistant to Roman influence. When Rome withdrew in the early 5th century, the Britons of Wales were left to fend for themselves. For a time, they did. Welsh kingdoms emerged from the post-Roman chaos. Gwynedd in the north, Powys in the east, Dyfed in the southwest. These kingdoms were Christian, literate, and culturally sophisticated. Welsh kings commissioned poetry, supported monasteries, and maintained a legal system rooted in ancient Celtic traditions. The Welsh language, descended from the Brythonic spoken across much of Britain, became the language of law, literature, and identity. But Wales was surrounded. To the east, Anglo-Saxon kingdoms expanded westward, pushing the Britons into the hills. By the 7th century, the Great Kingdom of Mercia dominated the English Midlands and pressed hard against the Welsh border. Offa's Dyke, a massive earthwork built in the 8th century, marked the boundary between English and Welsh territories. It was both a defensive barrier and a symbolic line. On one side, the Germanic world. On the other, the Celtic. Wales held. It never fell to the Saxons, but it was isolated, cut off from the other Brythonic-speaking regions of Britain. The Britons of Cornwall to the south and Strathclyde to the north were gradually absorbed or marginalised. Wales remained, a linguistic and cultural island in a sea of Anglo-Saxon England. Scotland's story was even more complex. The northern part of Britain had never been fully conquered by Rome. Hadrian's Wall marked the frontier, and beyond it lay a patchwork of peoples. the Picts in the north and east, the Britons in the southwest, and the Gaels of Dalriata in the west, who had migrated from Ireland in the 5th and 6th centuries. These groups spoke different languages, followed different customs, and often fought each other. The Picts were not Celts in the linguistic sense. Their language, now lost, was likely pre-Celtic, a remnant of Britain's deeper past. But they shared cultural traits with their Celtic neighbours: warrior aristocracies, hill forts, and intricate artwork. The Britons of Strathclyde spoke a Brythonic language related to Welsh. The Gaels spoke Gaelic, brought from Ireland. Over centuries, these groups merged, clashed, and intermarried. By the 9th century, the Gaelic kingdom of Dalriata was expanding eastward. Its king, Kenneth MacAlpin, is traditionally credited with uniting the Picts and Gaels into a single kingdom, Scotland. This was not a peaceful merger. It involved warfare, conquest, and cultural dominance. The Pictish language disappeared. Gaelic became the dominant tongue. The new Scottish kingdom was culturally Celtic, but it was also a fusion blending Gaelic, Pictish, and Norse influences. Scotland, like Wales, maintained its Celtic identity, but it also faced constant pressure. To the south, the English kingdoms grew stronger. To the west and north, Viking raiders and settlers established control over the islands and coastal regions. Scotland's survival required military strength, political adaptability, and a fierce sense of independence. Brittany, across the sea in what is now northwestern France, was the last major refuge of Celtic culture on the European continent. In the 5th and 6th centuries, Britons fleeing Saxon invasions in Britain crossed the English Channel and settled in Armorica, the westernmost peninsula of Gaul. They brought their language, their culture, and their Christian faith. The region became known as Brittany, Little Britain, and its people as Bretons. The Bretons spoke a Brythonic language closely related to Welsh and Cornish. They maintained strong ties with their cousins in Britain, and their culture remained distinctly Celtic, even as the rest of Gaul became thoroughly Frankish. Brittany was never fully integrated into the Frankish kingdoms that dominated medieval France. It retained a degree of autonomy, ruled by its own dukes and princes, and its people clung fiercely to their identity. But Brittany was small, isolated, and surrounded by powers that dwarfed it. Over time, it would be drawn into the orbit of the French crown. Its language would be pushed to the margins. Its political independence would erode. But for centuries, it remained a living link to the ancient Celtic world, a place where the old language and customs endured. By the early Middle Ages, the Celtic world had contracted to these 4 regions: Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and Brittany. Everywhere else, Celtic languages had vanished. Celtic political structures had disappeared. The tribes that once dominated Europe were gone, absorbed into Roman, Germanic, or Slavic populations. The Druids were a distant memory. The warrior aristocracies had been replaced by feudal lords and Christian bishops. Yet, in these 4 corners, something survived. Not the old world, but something descended from it. The languages spoken in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany were the living descendants of the tongues once heard across half of Europe. The stories told by their poets and bards carried echoes of ancient myths. The art produced by their craftsmen still bore the spirals, knots, and interlacing patterns that had once adorned Iron Age shields and torques. This survival was not accidental. It required effort, adaptation, and resilience. The Celts who remained did not live in the past. They built Christian kingdoms, adopted new technologies, engaged in trade, and fought to defend their lands. They were not frozen relics of a bygone age. They were living cultures, evolving and changing while maintaining a connection to their ancestral roots. But they were no longer a dominant force. The political power the Celts once wielded was gone. They controlled no empires, commanded no great armies, shaped no continental destinies. They were regional, peripheral, often besieged. The future of Europe would be written by others, by the Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, the Norse, the emerging feudal kingdoms that would become England, France, and Germany. The Celts had fallen. There was no reversing that. The question now was whether what remained could endure, whether these small, isolated communities could hold on to their languages, their stories, their sense of who they were in a world that was moving in a very different direction. The answer to that question would unfold over the next 1,000 years through invasions, conquests, and slow cultural erosion. But for now, in the early medieval world, the Celts were still here. Diminished, but not destroyed. Transformed, but not erased. The survival of Celtic culture in these isolated corners was not inevitable. It required constant negotiation with forces that could easily have erased them. In Ireland, that negotiation began with Christianity, which arrived not through conquest, but through missionaries. Patrick, himself a Briton taken to Ireland as a slave, returned in the 5th century to preach the gospel. He and others like him did not come with armies. They came with books, relics, and a message that resonated with a people who already believed in otherworldly power. Ireland's conversion was remarkably peaceful. There were no martyrs, no violent suppressions of the old faith. Instead, Christianity adapted to Irish culture, and Irish culture absorbed Christianity. Monasteries were founded on lands gifted by local kings. Monks became the new learned class, filling the role once held by druids. They copied manuscripts, composed poetry, and preserved not only Christian texts, but also the ancient sagas and genealogies of Ireland's pagan past. The result was something unique, a Christian society that remembered its pre-Christian roots and wove them into its new identity. Scottish Christianity followed a similar path, brought by missionaries from Ireland, who crossed the narrow sea to establish monasteries among the Picts and Gaels. Columba founded Iona in 563, creating one of the most influential centres of Celtic monasticism. From Iona, monks spread across Scotland and northern Britain, converting kings and commoners alike. These monks were not Roman. They followed their own traditions, calculated Easter differently, and operated with a degree of independence that would later bring them into conflict with Rome. But in their early centuries, they flourished, creating illuminated manuscripts like the Book of Kells and building a network of monasteries that became centres of learning. Wales, though nominally under Roman rule for centuries, had retained its Celtic identity more stubbornly than the lowlands of Britain. When Rome withdrew, Wales did not collapse into chaos. Instead, small Welsh kingdoms emerged, ruled by princes who claimed descent from ancient British kings. These kingdoms were Christian, but their Christianity was deeply local, rooted in saints whose lives blended miracle and myth. Welsh monks established monasteries in remote valleys, preserving the Welsh language and composing poetry that celebrated both Christian piety and heroic deeds. Brittany, founded by refugees from Britain, carried with it the Christianity those refugees had learned under Roman rule. Breton saints, many of whom were likely historical figures embellished by legend, became the patrons of villages and regions. Brittany's church was deeply tied to its Celtic identity, maintaining linguistic and cultural connections with Wales and Cornwall, even as it existed within the Frankish sphere of influence. Yet Christianity, for all its adaptation, also marked a profound break with the past. The Druids, who had been the intellectual elite of Celtic society, disappeared. Their oral traditions, their legal knowledge, their religious authority, all of it was replaced by Christian monks who wrote in Latin and looked to Rome and Jerusalem for guidance. The old gods were not entirely forgotten, but they became figures in stories rather than objects of worship. Sacred groves were abandoned or Christianized. Festivals were reinterpreted. The other world of Celtic mythology became conflated with heaven and hell. This transformation was not immediate. For centuries, old beliefs lingered alongside new ones. People visited holy wells that had once been pagan shrines. They told stories of fairies and spirits that echoed pre-Christian deities. But the institutional framework of the old religion was gone. Celtic culture survived, but it did so within a Christian framework, and that framework fundamentally altered what it meant to be Celtic. By the 8th century, the Celtic regions were no longer isolated. They were part of a wider Christian world, connected by trade, pilgrimage, and political alliances. Irish monks travelled to the continent, founding monasteries in Francia and beyond. Welsh princes corresponded with English kings. Breton nobles served in Carolingian courts. These connections brought wealth and learning, but they also exposed the Celtic regions to new threats. The first of these threats came from the sea. In 793, Norse raiders struck the monastery at Lindisfarne in Northumbria, killing monks and looting treasures. It was the beginning of the Viking Age, and for the next 2 centuries, the Norse would terrorize the coasts of Britain, Ireland, and Francia. No monastery was safe. No coastal settlement was secure. Viking longships appeared without warning, their crews striking fast and vanishing before any defense could be organized. Ireland suffered terribly. Monasteries, the heart of Irish culture and learning, were prime targets. They held gold, silver, and valuable manuscripts, and they were often undefended. The Vikings sacked Iona repeatedly. They burned monasteries across Ireland, killing monks and enslaving captives. Irish kings tried to resist, but they were fragmented and often fighting each other as much as the invaders. The Vikings exploited this disunity, establishing settlements at Dublin, Waterford, and Limerick. These became trading posts and bases for further raids, permanent footholds in a land that had never been conquered by Rome. Scotland faced similar devastation. The Norse seized the Hebrides, Orkney, and Shetland, turning them into Norse territories. The Gaelic kingdom of Dalriada struggled to survive. The Picts, already weakened by internal conflicts, were gradually absorbed by the Gaels, forming the kingdom of Alba, the predecessor of medieval Scotland. This unification was partly a response to the Viking threat, a recognition that survival required consolidation. Wales, too, was raided, though its mountainous terrain offered some protection. Viking fleets attacked coastal monasteries and towns, but they did not establish permanent settlements as they did in Ireland. Welsh princes fought back, and over time, they learned to defend their shores more effectively. But the raids disrupted trade, destroyed cultural centres, and drained resources that might have been used to strengthen Welsh kingdoms. Brittany was not spared either. Norse raiders struck Breton coasts, and Breton rulers struggled to defend their lands while also managing their complex relationship with the Frankish kingdoms. The Vikings' arrival added another layer of instability to a region already caught between its Celtic identity and the pull of Frankish power. The Viking Age was catastrophic for Celtic culture. Monasteries, which had become the repositories of learning and art, were destroyed or abandoned. Manuscripts were lost. Monks fled or were killed. The cultural flowering of the early medieval period was abruptly interrupted. But the Vikings did not erase Celtic identity. In some ways, they forced it to adapt and harden. Irish kings eventually learned to fight the Norse on their own terms, using Viking tactics and even hiring Viking mercenaries. By the 10th century, the Vikings in Ireland were no longer purely foreign invaders. They had intermarried with the Irish, adopted Christianity, and become part of the political landscape. Scotland's response was similar. The Norse settlers in the Hebrides and the Northern Isles became Gaelicized over time, blending Norse and Celtic cultures. The Kingdom of Alba emerged stronger, uniting Picts and Gaels under a single crown and eventually pushing back against Norse influence. Wales, though battered, retained its independence and continued to produce poetry, law codes, and a sense of shared identity. The Welsh kingdoms remained fragmented, but they survived, and their culture endured. Brittany, caught between Vikings and Franks, struggled more. Its autonomy eroded as Frankish kings extended their control. The Breton language began to lose ground to French, especially in the eastern parts of the region. But in the west, Breton identity remained strong, rooted in language, local saints, and a fierce attachment to the land. By the 11th century, the Viking threat had largely subsided. Norse settlers had been assimilated or driven out, but the damage was done. The Celtic regions had been weakened, their resources depleted, their political structures strained, and new threats were emerging. In England, the Normans arrived in 1066, conquering the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and establishing a new order. The Normans were descended from Vikings who had settled in northern France, but they were thoroughly Frankish in culture and language. They brought with them a centralized feudal system, stone castles, and an aggressive expansionist mindset. It did not take long for them to turn their eyes toward Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. Wales was the first to feel Norman pressure. Norman lords established castles along the Welsh border, pushing into Welsh territory and claiming lands by force. Welsh princes resisted fiercely, but they were outmatched. The Normans had superior military technology, disciplined armies, and the backing of a powerful kingdom. By the 12th century, much of southern and eastern Wales was under Norman control. The Welsh princes in the north and west held out, but they were increasingly squeezed, forced to acknowledge English overlordship, even as they clung to their independence. Scotland fared better initially. The Scottish kings, now ruling a unified kingdom, were able to negotiate with the Normans rather than simply resist them. Norman nobles were invited to settle in Scotland, bringing with them feudal structures and military expertise. The Scottish crown used these incomers to strengthen its own power, integrating them into a kingdom that remained distinctly Scottish. But this also meant that Scotland was gradually pulled into the orbit of English politics, a relationship that would become increasingly fraught. Ireland remained unconquered longer, but its fragmentation made it vulnerable. Irish kings fought each other constantly, and in 1169, one of them made a fateful decision. Diarmait mac Murchada, exiled from his kingdom in Leinster, sought help from the Normans. He invited them to Ireland, offering land and titles in exchange for military support. The Normans came, led by Richard de Clare, known as Strongbow, and they did not leave. They carved out territories, built castles, and established themselves as a new ruling class. The Irish kings could not unite against them. By the end of the 12th century, much of Eastern Ireland was under Norman control, and the English crown claimed lordship over the entire island. Brittany's fate was different, but no less final. The Duchy of Brittany had long maintained a precarious independence, but by the late Middle Ages, it was being steadily absorbed into the French kingdom. French kings used marriages, treaties, and military pressure to bring Brittany under their control. In 1532, Brittany was formally annexed by France. The Breton language survived in the West, but political independence was gone. By the late Middle Ages, the Celtic world had contracted to its absolute minimum. Ireland, Scotland, and Wales were under pressure from English expansion. Brittany had been absorbed by France. The Celtic languages were retreating, spoken mainly in rural areas, while English and French dominated towns, courts, and administration. The old political structures, the tribal kingdoms, and petty princedoms had been replaced by feudal lordships and centralized monarchies. The Celts were no longer a political force. They were subjects, minorities in kingdoms ruled by others, yet they had not disappeared. The languages survived, carried forward by farmers, fishermen, and bards who refused to forget. The stories endured, told around fires and copied into manuscripts by monks who saw value in preserving the past. The art continued, evolving but retaining the intricate patterns and symbolic forms that had characterized Celtic craftsmanship for over 1,000 years. Celtic identity persisted, not as a unified political movement, but as a collection of regional cultures bound by language, memory, and a shared sense of difference from their neighbours. This survival was not accidental. It required deliberate effort. Parents taught their children the old language. Poets composed verses in Welsh, Irish, and Breton. Churches maintained traditions that blended Christian practice with local customs. Communities resisted assimilation, sometimes violently, more often through quiet persistence. The fall of the Celts was not a single event, but a long process of erosion. They lost their political power to Rome, their territories to Germanic tribes, their dominance to Christian kingdoms, and their independence to feudal empires. But they did not vanish. They adapted, endured, and carried forward fragments of a world that once stretched across Europe. Those fragments would shape the cultures of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany for centuries to come, and they continue to shape them today. The survival of Celtic culture through the Middle Ages was not a passive process. It required institutions, individuals, and communities willing to act as guardians of a fading world. Among the most important of these guardians were the monasteries. In Ireland especially, monks became the keepers of language, literature, and learning at a time when much of Europe was rebuilding from chaos. Irish monasteries were unlike their continental counterparts in one crucial way. They preserved not only Christian texts, but also the old pagan stories. Monks copied down the epic tales of Cuchulainn, the voyages of Bran, the cycles of kings and warriors that had been passed down orally for generations. They did this even though the stories featured druids, magic, and gods. These monks saw value in this, our ancestors' culture, and they refused to let it disappear. This was not just nostalgia, it was an act of cultural preservation that shaped how later generations understood themselves. The manuscripts produced in Irish scriptoria, such as the Book of Kells and the Book of Duro, are masterpieces of art and craftsmanship. Their illuminated pages, filled with interlacing spirals, knotwork, and animal forms, echo the designs found on Iron Age metalwork and standing stones. The aesthetic continuity is unmistakable. The monks were Christians, but they were also Celts, and their art reflected both identities. These manuscripts travelled across Europe. Irish monks became missionaries, spreading Christianity to Scotland, England, and the continent. Figures like Columba and Columbanus established monasteries from Iona to Bobbio, creating networks of learning that influenced medieval European thought. They carried with them not just the gospel, but also a distinct cultural heritage rooted in Celtic tradition. In Wales, a similar pattern emerged. Welsh monks preserved the old tales in manuscripts like the Mabinogion, a collection of myths and legends that included stories of enchantment, transformation, and heroic quests. These tales were Christian in their final form, but their roots reached back into pre-Christian belief. They featured characters like Pwyll, Branwen, and Math, figures who belonged to an older world. The Welsh language itself became a vehicle of resistance. While English encroached on the political sphere, Welsh remained the language of poetry, law, and everyday life in rural areas. Bards continued to compose verses in Welsh, celebrating kings, lamenting losses, and keeping alive the memory of a time when Wales was independent. Scotland too held on to its Celtic identity, particularly in the Highlands and Islands where Gaelic was spoken. The clan system, with its emphasis on kinship and loyalty to a chief, retained echoes of the old tribal structures. Highland culture remained distinct from the lowlands, where Scots, a Germanic language, dominated. This division would persist for centuries, shaping Scottish identity in complex ways. But even in the lowlands, the memory of Celtic origins lingered. Scotland's foundation myths, recorded by medieval chroniclers, trace the kingdom's lineage back to Scota, a legendary Egyptian princess, and through her to ancient Celtic ancestors. These myths, though historically dubious, reflected a desire to connect the present to a heroic past. Brittany's story was quieter, but no less significant. After its annexation by France, Breton culture did not vanish. The Breton language survived in the countryside, spoken by farmers and fishermen who had little use for French. Breton legends, particularly those involving King Arthur, were woven into the broader tapestry of medieval romance. The Arthurian cycle, though claimed by many cultures, owed much to Breton storytellers who carried these tales across Europe. Celtic art also endured, evolving but retaining its distinctive character. Stone crosses in Ireland and Scotland, carved with intricate knotwork and biblical scenes, blended Christian symbolism with Celtic design. Metalwork, particularly in jewellery and reliquaries, continued to feature the spirals, triscles and zoomorphic forms that had characterised Celtic craftsmanship for over a millennium. These were not museum pieces. They were living traditions, adapted to new contexts, but rooted in ancient practice. Language remained the most powerful marker of Celtic identity. Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Welsh and Breton were not merely means of communication. They were repositories of culture, carrying within them the worldview, humour and wisdom of generations. To speak these languages was to participate in a continuity that stretched back centuries. Yet by the late Middle Ages, these languages were under pressure. English expansion in Ireland and Wales, French dominance in Brittany, and the centralising tendencies of monarchies threatened linguistic diversity. Laws were passed discouraging or outright banning the use of Celtic languages in official contexts. Education increasingly took place in English or French. The languages retreated further into rural areas, spoken by those who had the least power and the most to lose. Despite this, they did not die. Communities held on, passing the languages from parent to child, teacher to student, bard to audience. This was not always easy. Speaking Irish or Welsh could mark someone as backward, uncivilized, or rebellious. But for many, the language was not optional. It was who they were. The medieval period also saw the emergence of a romanticized view of the Celtic past. By the 12th and 13th centuries, writers across Europe were fascinated by Celtic legends, particularly those involving King Arthur. The matter of Britain, as it came to be known, drew heavily on Welsh and Breton sources, blending them with French chivalric ideals to create a new literary genre. Arthur himself, whether he was a historical figure or not, became a symbol of Celtic resistance and heroism. His court at Camelot, his knights, and his tragic end resonated with audiences far beyond the Celtic world. Yet the Arthurian legends also represented a loss. They were no longer purely Celtic. They had been absorbed, transformed, and repackaged by non-Celtic writers for non-Celtic audiences. The original context, the specific cultural meanings embedded in the stories, were often stripped away. This pattern would repeat itself throughout history. Celtic culture became something that others admired, borrowed from, and reimagined, often without understanding or respecting its origins. But even as the Celtic world shrank, it retained a stubborn vitality. In Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany, people continued to live in ways that reflected their Celtic heritage. They farmed the same land their ancestors had worked. They told the same stories, albeit in evolved forms. They celebrated festivals that, while Christianized, retained traces of older seasonal rituals. The church played a complicated role in this survival. On one hand, Christianity had displaced the old religion, dismantled the Druidic class, and reoriented Celtic society around new values and structures. On the other hand, the church, particularly in its Celtic monastic form, had preserved much of what might otherwise have been lost. Without those monks and their manuscripts, we would know far less about Celtic mythology, lore, and history. By the end of the medieval period, the Celts existed in a state of paradox. They had lost their political independence, their territories, and much of their cultural dominance. They were subjects of larger kingdoms, minorities within expanding states. Yet they had not disappeared. They had adapted, endured, and carved out spaces where their languages, stories, and traditions could survive. This survival was not guaranteed. It required effort, sacrifice, and a refusal to forget. It required parents who taught their children the old tongue, even when it offered no economic advantage. It required bards who memorized hundreds of lines of poetry and passed them down orally. It required monks who saw value in copying down pagan myths alongside scripture. It required communities who maintained their identity in the face of overwhelming pressure to assimilate. The fall of the Celts was not a single catastrophic event. It was a long, slow process of erosion, conquest, and transformation. They were defeated militarily by Rome, displaced by Germanic migrations, absorbed by Christian kingdoms, and marginalized by feudal empires. They lost their druids, their political structures, and their dominance across Europe. But they did not lose everything. They held on to their languages, their stories, and their sense of being different. They created new institutions, like monasteries and bardic schools, to preserve what mattered most. They adapted their culture to new circumstances, without abandoning it entirely. The Celtic world of the late Middle Ages was a fraction of what it had been at its height. It was confined to the western fringes of Europe, spoken by fewer people, and wielding no political power. But it was still there, and it would remain there, evolving but unbroken, into the modern era. The legacy of the Celts is not just what they lost, but what they kept. It is found in the manuscripts that survived, the languages still spoken, the art still created, and the stories still told. It is found in the landscapes they once dominated, now marked by ruins, standing stones, and place names that echo their presence. The Celts did not vanish. They transformed, and in that transformation, they ensured that something of their world would endure, carried forward by those who refused to let it die. Part 5. The Fall of the Celts. What survives tells only part of the story. The manuscripts, the languages, the ruins scattered across Western Europe. These are fragments of a world that once stretched from the Atlantic to the Black Sea. But survival is not the same as continuity. What endured was real, but it was also fundamentally altered. The Celtic world that limped into the medieval period was not simply a smaller version of what had existed before. It was something new, shaped by centuries of defeat, displacement, and adaptation. To understand what was lost, you have to look at what the Celtic world actually was at its height. Not the romanticized version of noble warriors and mystical druids, but the reality. A network of tribes, some powerful, some marginal, connected by language, culture, and trade, but never united under a single banner. This lack of unity was not a weakness in peaceful times. Tribal autonomy allowed for flexibility, innovation, and resilience. But when faced with organized, centralized powers like Rome or waves of migrating Germanic peoples, it became a fatal flaw. The Celts did not fall because they were primitive or weak. They fell because they could not coordinate. A tribe in Gaul might resist Roman expansion fiercely, but its neighbors might stay neutral, or worse, ally with Rome for short-term advantage. A confederation might form in response to a crisis, but it would dissolve as soon as the immediate threat passed. This pattern repeated across the Celtic world, from Iberia to Anatolia. Individual Celtic groups could be formidable, but collectively they were fragmented and vulnerable. Rome understood this. Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul was not achieved through overwhelming military superiority alone. It was achieved through diplomacy, bribery, and exploitation of tribal rivalries. Caesar played tribes against each other, offering alliances to some while crushing others. He used Celtic auxiliaries to fight Celtic enemies. He made promises he had no intention of keeping. And by the time the Gallic tribes realized the threat Rome posed to all of them, it was too late. The window for unified resistance had closed. The Gallic Wars, fought between 58 and 50 BCE, were a turning point. Caesar's campaigns were brutal and methodical. He defeated coalition after coalition, crushed rebellions, and systematically dismantled the political structures that had governed Gaul for centuries. The most famous moment came in 52 BCE at Alesia, where the Arvernian leader Vercingetorix led a desperate last stand. He had managed to unite multiple tribes under his command, a rare feat in Celtic politics. For a moment, it seemed like coordinated resistance might succeed, but Caesar's legions were disciplined, well-supplied, and ruthless. Alesia fell. Vercingetorix surrendered and was later executed in Rome. With him died the last real hope of an independent Gaul. What followed was Romanization. This was not a sudden transformation, but a gradual process that unfolded over generations. Roman administrators divided Gaul into provinces. They built roads, established towns, and introduced Roman law. Latin became the language of government, commerce, and education. Celtic languages persisted in rural areas, but they were increasingly marginalized. The old tribal aristocracy either adapted to the new order or lost their status. Some became Roman citizens, adopting Roman names and customs. Others faded into obscurity. The Druids, the intellectual and religious elite of Celtic society, were targeted specifically. Rome saw them as a threat, not just because they held religious authority, but because they were the keepers of Celtic identity. They memorized laws, genealogies, and histories. They mediated disputes and legitimized rulers. They were the glue that held tribal societies together. Roman authorities banned Druidic practices, particularly human sacrifice, which they used as justification for broader suppression. Over time, the Druidic class withered. Some Druids may have survived in remote areas, but their role as the backbone of Celtic culture was effectively destroyed. Britain followed a similar trajectory, though the process was messier and took longer. The Roman invasion of Britain began in 43 CE under Emperor Claudius. The conquest was incomplete. Rome controlled most of what is now England and Wales, but never fully subdued Scotland or Ireland. In the conquered regions, Romanization proceeded much as it had in Gaul. Towns were built, roads laid, and Roman culture imposed. But Britain remained more Celtic in character than Gaul. The rural population continued to speak Celtic languages, and Roman influence was concentrated in urban centres and military zones. Resistance persisted longer in Britain. In 60 CE, the Iceni Queen Boudicca led a massive revolt against Roman rule. Her forces sacked Roman towns, including Londinium, and killed tens of thousands. For a moment, it seemed like Roman control might collapse. but the legions regrouped, and the rebellion was crushed with extreme violence. Boudica died, either in battle or by her own hand. The revolt's failure demonstrated the same problem that had doomed Gaul: lack of sustained, coordinated resistance. Boudica's forces were formidable, but they could not match Roman discipline and logistics in a prolonged campaign. Ireland was never conquered by Rome. It remained outside the empire's reach, a place where Celtic culture continued to develop without direct Roman interference. This isolation would prove crucial for the survival of Celtic traditions. While Gaul and Britain were being absorbed into the Roman world, Ireland remained a repository of older Celtic ways. Its political structures, its language, and its oral traditions evolved independently. When Christianity arrived in the 5th century, Ireland would become the heartland of a distinctly Celtic Christian culture. But that development was still centuries away. On the continent, the Celtic world was shrinking for reasons beyond Roman conquest. Germanic tribes were expanding westward and southward, occupying lands that had been Celtic for centuries. This was not a single invasion, but a gradual migration and displacement. Germanic groups like the Suebi, the Marcomanni, and later the Alemanni and Franks moved into regions that had once been dominated by Celts. Some Celtic populations were absorbed, others pushed westward, and still others simply disappeared from the historical record. By the end of the Roman period, the continental Celtic world had contracted dramatically. Celtic languages had vanished from most of Central Europe. The cultural heartland that had once stretched from the Alps to the North Sea was now Germanic. Only in the far west, in Brittany, did a Celtic-speaking population persist on the continent, and even there it was reinforced by migrations from Britain in later centuries. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century brought new upheavals. The collapse of Roman authority left a power vacuum. In Britain, this vacuum was filled by waves of Anglo-Saxon settlers who arrived from what is now Germany and Denmark. These settlers were not unified, but over time they established kingdoms that gradually pushed the native Celtic-speaking Britons westward into Wales and Cornwall, and northward into what would become Scotland. The process was violent and protracted. It was not a single conquest, but a series of conflicts, settlements, and displacements that unfolded over centuries. The Anglo-Saxon takeover of Britain marked the end of Roman Britain and the beginning of what would later be called the Dark Ages. For the Celtic-speaking Britons, it was a catastrophe. They lost control of the fertile lowlands and were forced into the uplands and western peninsulas. Their language, their culture, and their political structures survived, but in a greatly reduced and fragmented form. The unified Romano-British identity that had existed under Rome fractured into smaller kingdoms and tribal groupings. Christianity had already begun to spread in Britain during the Roman period, but it was in the post-Roman era that it became dominant. Missionaries from Ireland, trained in monastic communities, played a key role in Christianizing the Celtic-speaking regions of Britain. Monasteries became centers of learning, preserving not just Christian texts, but also older Celtic traditions. The monks of Ireland and Britain copied manuscripts, recorded histories, and wrote down stories that had previously existed only in oral form. This process was both a salvation and a transformation. Christianity displaced the old pagan religion, but it also absorbed elements of it. Saints' lives echoed older hero tales. Christian festivals were grafted onto older seasonal celebrations. The Druids were gone, but the monks who replaced them performed some of the same functions, serving as teachers, advisors, and keepers of knowledge. The result was a hybrid culture, distinctly Celtic in flavour, but fundamentally Christian in orientation. Ireland, having escaped Roman conquest, followed a different path. It was never part of the Roman Empire, and so it experienced no sudden collapse in the 5th century. Instead, it underwent a gradual transformation as Christianity spread across the island. Irish monasteries became renowned centres of learning, attracting students from across Europe. Irish monks produced illuminated manuscripts, like the Book of Kells, that are among the artistic masterpieces of the medieval world. They also preserved classical texts that might otherwise have been lost during the upheavals of the early medieval period. But even in Ireland, the old order was fading. The arrival of Christianity eroded the power of the traditional learned classes. The Druids, who had once held immense authority, were marginalized and eventually disappeared. The monasteries took over many of their functions. But the worldview was different. The old religion had been tied to the land, to the cycles of nature, and to a complex web of mythological narratives. Christianity offered a different framework, one centered on sin, redemption, and the promise of eternal life. The shift was profound, even if it happened gradually. Scotland, or what would become Scotland, was a patchwork of different peoples. The Picts, who may or may not have been Celtic, dominated the north. Irish settlers, known as the Scoti, established the kingdom of Dalriata on the western coast. Britons held the southwest. And later, Norse and Anglo-Saxon influences would complicate the picture further. The eventual unification of Scotland in the medieval period would create a kingdom with a complex identity. Celtic, in part, but also shaped by other traditions. Wales remained a bastion of Celtic language and culture. The Anglo-Saxons never fully conquered it, though they pressed hard on its borders. Welsh kingdoms fought, sometimes with each other, sometimes against external enemies. The Welsh language survived, along with a rich tradition of poetry and storytelling. But Wales, like the other Celtic regions, was no longer a dominant force. It was a corner of a larger world, holding on to its identity but increasingly shaped by external pressures. Brittany, the last Celtic-speaking region on the continent, owed its existence to migration. In the 5th and 6th centuries, Britons fleeing the Anglo-Saxon advance crossed the Channel and settled in what is now Brittany. They brought their language and culture with them, establishing a Celtic-speaking region that would persist into the modern era. But Brittany was small, surrounded by Romance-speaking neighbours, and increasingly drawn into the orbit of the Frankish and later French kingdoms. By the early medieval period, the Celtic world had been reduced to its western fringes. It existed in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, and Brittany. Everywhere else, it had been conquered, absorbed, or displaced. The languages that had once been spoken from the Atlantic to the Black Sea were now confined to a few isolated regions. The political structures that had governed hundreds of tribes were gone, replaced by kingdoms that owed more to Roman, Germanic, or Christian models than to Celtic tradition. Yet something had survived. The languages, though reduced in territory, were still spoken. The stories, though written down by Christian monks, were still told. The art, though adapted to new contexts, still bore the distinctive swirling patterns and intricate designs that had characterized Celtic craftsmanship for centuries. The identity, though fragmented and marginalized, was still alive. This survival was not inevitable. It required conscious effort. It required people who valued their heritage enough to pass it on, even when doing so offered no material advantage. It required monks who saw worth in preserving pagan myths alongside scripture. It required bards who memorized vast quantities of poetry and transmitted it orally across generations. It required communities who maintained their language and customs in the face of overwhelming pressure to conform to the dominant culture. The fall of the Celts was not a single event, but a long process of erosion, conquest, and transformation. They were defeated by Rome, displaced by Germanic peoples, absorbed by Christian kingdoms, and marginalized by larger political entities. They lost their political independence, their territorial dominance, and much of their cultural influence. But they did not disappear. They adapted, endured, and carved out spaces where their languages, stories, and traditions could survive. And in those spaces, something of the Celtic world lived on, waiting for a time when it might be remembered and valued once more. The survival of Celtic culture in these isolated regions was not a static preservation. It was a living tradition that continued to evolve, shaped by new influences and circumstances. Christianity, in particular, became a defining force. The old pagan world was gone, but the new Christian world that replaced it retained Celtic characteristics. Irish monasticism became a distinctive tradition, blending Christian theology with Celtic organizational structures and artistic sensibilities. These monasteries were not just religious centers. They were intellectual hubs, preserving not only scripture, but also pre-Christian literature, law, and history. The monks who copied manuscripts in Ireland and later in Scotland did something remarkable. They preserved stories that had been passed down orally for generations, stories of gods and heroes, battles and magic, loyalty and betrayal. They adapted these stories to fit Christian sensibilities, sometimes awkwardly, but they preserved them nonetheless. Without these monastic scribes, much of what we know about Celtic mythology would have been lost forever. The Tain Bo Cuailnge, the Mabinogion, the tales of Finn and the Fianna all survived because Christian monks saw value in recording them, even when the content celebrated pagan values and pre-Christian worldviews. This preservation was not universal. Much was lost. Oral traditions fade when they are not transmitted. Languages shrink when they are not spoken by children. Cultural practices disappear when they are no longer performed. But enough survived to maintain a sense of continuity, a link between the ancient Celtic world and the medieval one. The art continued, though in new forms. Illuminated manuscripts like the Book of Kells displayed the same intricate patterns and swirling designs that had adorned Celtic metalwork centuries earlier. The aesthetic sensibility endured, even as the medium changed. Language became the most important marker of Celtic identity. In regions where Celtic languages were still spoken, communities maintained a distinct cultural identity. Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Welsh, Cornish, and Breton were not just modes of communication. They were repositories of memory, culture, and identity. To speak a Celtic language was to participate in a tradition that stretched back centuries, even if the political structures that had once supported that tradition were gone. Language became the primary means of resistance, the way communities asserted their difference from the dominant cultures around them. Yet language alone could not reverse the broader trends. The Celtic-speaking regions were small, peripheral, and often poor. They lacked the political power and economic resources to resist larger kingdoms. Ireland, for instance, was fragmented into numerous small kingdoms that rarely cooperated. When the Vikings arrived in the 9th century, they established settlements and exerted influence over parts of the island. Later, the Normans would invade, bringing with them a feudal system and English governance. Wales, too, faced repeated invasions and incursions. By the late 13th century, English kings had conquered much of Wales, imposing their rule and beginning a long process of cultural integration that would continue for centuries. Scotland's story was more complex. The Kingdom of Scotland emerged from a blend of Pictish, Gaelic, and other influences. The Gaelic language and culture became dominant in the Highlands and Islands, but the lowlands increasingly adopted English language and customs. Over time, Scotland developed a dual identity, part Celtic and part something else. The Highland clans retained Gaelic traditions, but the Scottish state as a whole became a player in European politics, aligned more with English and continental models than with ancient Celtic ones. The old tribal structures were gradually replaced by feudalism and centralized monarchy. In Brittany, the Celtic language and culture faced pressure from the French kingdom. Brittany retained a degree of autonomy for centuries, but over time, French political and cultural influence grew stronger. The Breton language continued to be spoken, but French became the language of administration, education, and social advancement. By the late medieval period, Brittany was increasingly integrated into the French state, and the Celtic character of the region, while still present, was diminishing. Cornwall, the smallest of the surviving Celtic regions, saw its language decline more rapidly. By the late medieval period, Cornish was in retreat, spoken by fewer and fewer people. The region was firmly part of England, and English culture and language dominated. By the early modern period, Cornish had nearly disappeared as a living language. Its survival into the modern era would depend on revivalist movements centuries later, but for most of its history after the medieval period, Cornwall was effectively Anglicized. The medieval period, then, was a time of continued decline for the Celtic world. The regions that retained Celtic languages and cultures were increasingly marginalized, politically weak, and culturally overshadowed by larger, more powerful neighbors. The old tribal systems were gone. The Druids were gone. The warrior aristocracy had been replaced by feudal lords, many of whom were not even of Celtic descent. The art, the stories, and the languages survived, but they were shadows of what had once been a continent-wide cultural phenomenon. What allowed this survival, limited as it was? Geography played a role. The western fringes of Europe were harder to conquer and administer. Mountains, islands, and remote valleys provided refuge. But geography alone was not enough. Cultural determination mattered. Communities chose to maintain their languages and traditions, even when it would have been easier to adopt the dominant culture. This was not always a conscious political decision. Often it was simply the inertia of tradition, people continuing to do what their parents had done because that was what they knew. But the effect was the same. Celtic culture persisted in places where it could find a foothold. The church, paradoxically, played a dual role. On one hand, Christianity replaced pagan religious practices and disrupted traditional social structures. On the other hand, the church provided a new framework within which Celtic culture could survive. Monasteries became centers of learning and preservation. Saints with Celtic names became part of the Christian calendar. Festivals that had once honored pagan gods were reinterpreted as Christian celebrations. The church did not preserve Celtic culture out of any particular affection for it, but in adapting to local conditions, it allowed certain elements to endure. Economic factors also mattered. The Celtic regions that survived were often poor, with limited resources and small populations. This poverty made them less attractive targets for conquest and colonization. It also meant they were less affected by the economic and social changes that transformed other parts of Europe. Feudalism arrived later and took different forms. Urbanization was slower. These regions remained rural, traditional, and relatively isolated. This isolation was both a curse and a blessing. It kept them poor and powerless, but it also insulated them from some of the forces that were erasing Celtic culture elsewhere. By the end of the medieval period, the Celtic world as a distinct political and cultural entity was essentially gone. What remained were fragments, regional cultures in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, and Brittany that retained Celtic languages and some cultural practices, but were firmly embedded within larger political structures. These regions were not independent. They were parts of kingdoms and states dominated by non-Celtic elites. The languages were in decline, spoken by rural populations, but not by the powerful or educated. The old stories were remembered, but often in written form rather than as living oral traditions. Yet even in this reduced state, something important remained. The sense of a distinct identity rooted in language and history did not disappear. People in these regions knew they were different from their neighbors. They knew their ancestors had spoken different languages, worshipped different gods, and lived under different systems. This knowledge, however vague or romanticized, provided a foundation for later cultural revivals. The Celtic world had fallen, but it had not been entirely erased. The transformation was profound. The Celts went from being one of the dominant cultural groups in Europe, with territories stretching across the continent, to being a collection of peripheral communities clinging to their traditions in a few remote corners. Their political power was destroyed. Their religious system was replaced. Their languages were pushed to the margins. Their social structures were dismantled. What survived was a cultural memory, a linguistic heritage, and a body of stories that would be rediscovered and reinterpreted in later centuries. This process of decline was not unique to the Celts. Many ancient cultures faced similar fates. What makes the Celtic case interesting is the extent to which cultural elements survived despite the loss of political power. The Romans conquered Gaul, but Gaulish culture and language disappeared. The Celts of Iberia were absorbed into Roman and later Visigothic and Islamic cultures, leaving almost no trace. Yet in Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, Celtic languages and traditions endured. This survival was partial and precarious, but it was real. Understanding the fall of the Celts requires recognizing both the magnitude of what was lost and the significance of what remained. An entire world disappeared, a world of tribes and warriors, druids and bards, oral traditions and intricate metalwork. That world was replaced by kingdoms and monasteries, written texts and feudal hierarchies. But the replacement was not total. Threads of continuity persisted, woven into the fabric of medieval and later cultures. These threads would be pulled and examined by later generations who would construct new identities and narratives around them. The Celts had fallen, but their story was not over. It had simply entered a new chapter, one defined not by political dominance, but by cultural endurance and the long, slow work of memory. The survival of Celtic culture in these scattered regions was not inevitable. It required specific conditions, and those conditions were not always favorable. Language is often the clearest marker of cultural continuity, and in the Celtic case, it is also the clearest indicator of decline. By the end of the medieval period, Celtic languages had retreated dramatically from their former range. Once spoken across much of Europe, they were now confined to the western and northern edges of the British Isles and a small pocket in Brittany. Even within these areas, the languages were under pressure. In Ireland, which had never been conquered by Rome and remained the most thoroughly Celtic region, the language was still widespread. But political instability and repeated invasions by Vikings and LA turned Normans had disrupted traditional social structures. The old Gaelic order, based on kinship and tribal law, was weakening. By the 12th century, Norman barons controlled much of the east and south of the island, bringing with them French and English. The Gaelic language survived in the west and north, but it was no longer the language of all of Ireland. In Scotland, the situation was more complex. The Highlands remained Gaelic-speaking, but the Lowlands had adopted a form of English. The Kingdom of Scotland itself was a hybrid entity, with a Gaelic-speaking aristocracy in some regions and an English-speaking one in others. The division between Highland and Lowland Scotland would become a defining feature of Scottish history, and it was fundamentally a linguistic and cultural divide. Wales had maintained its language more successfully than most Celtic regions, but it too faced pressure. The Norman conquest of England in 1066 was followed by Norman expansion into Wales. By the 13th century, much of Wales was under English control, and English settlers were moving into the lowlands. Welsh survived in the uplands and rural areas, but it was increasingly marginalised. The language of power and commerce was English, not Welsh. Cornwall, once solidly Celtic-speaking, was losing its language entirely. By the late medieval period, Cornish was spoken only in the far west of the peninsula, and even there it was in decline. The language would eventually die out as a community language, though it would be revived in modern times. Brittany remained Celtic-speaking, but it was politically part of France. The Breton language was spoken by the rural population, but French was the language of the church, the law, and the nobility. Brittany's Celtic identity was real, but it existed within a French political and cultural framework. The retreat of the Celtic languages was not just a matter of geography. It was also a matter of social status. In every region where Celtic languages survived, they were increasingly associated with rural, poor, and uneducated populations. The elites, the clergy, and the urban populations spoke Latin, French, or English. To speak Irish, or Welsh, or Breton was to mark oneself as lower class. This association between Celtic languages and poverty would persist for centuries and would play a major role in the further decline of these languages in later periods. Yet, despite this marginalization, the languages did not disappear. They continued to be spoken in homes, in fields, and in local communities. They were passed down from generation to generation, not through schools or official institutions, but through daily life. This oral continuity, however fragile, ensured that the languages survived into the modern era. Alongside language, another key element of Celtic survival was storytelling. The medieval period saw the writing down of many oral traditions that had been passed through generations. Monks in Ireland and Wales, trained in Latin but still connected to their native cultures, began to record the old stories. These manuscripts, written in Irish and Welsh, preserved myths, legends, genealogies, and histories that would otherwise have been lost. The Irish monks were particularly prolific. They produced texts like the Book of Invasions, the Cattle Raid of Cooley, and the Ulster Cycle, collections of stories about gods, heroes, and ancient kings. These were not contemporary histories. They were mythologized versions of the past, blending historical memory with folklore and imagination. But they provided a cultural anchor, a sense of continuity with a pre-Christian, pre-Roman Celtic world. In Wales, similar efforts produced texts like the Mabinogion, a collection of tales that included both mythological narratives and stories of medieval Welsh princes. These stories were written down in the 12th and 13th centuries, but they drew on much older oral traditions. They too became a key part of the cultural heritage of Wales, preserving characters and themes that resonated with Celtic identity. These written texts did something important. They created a literary tradition where before there had only been an oral one. This shift had both positive and negative effects. On the one hand, it preserved stories that might otherwise have been forgotten. On the other hand, it formalized and fixed narratives that had once been fluid and adaptable. Oral traditions change with each telling, shaped by the needs and interests of the audience. Written texts do not. They become canonical, subject to interpretation but not to the same kind of creative evolution. Still, the act of writing down these stories was an act of cultural preservation. It signaled that the people producing these texts valued their heritage and wanted to ensure its survival. It also created a body of literature that could be studied, copied, and passed on, even if the spoken languages declined. The survival of Celtic culture was also aided by the development of a distinct artistic tradition. Celtic art had always been characterized by intricate patterns, stylized forms, and a preference for abstraction over realism. This aesthetic survived the fall of the Celtic political world and adapted to new contexts. In the medieval period, Celtic artistic motifs appeared in illuminated manuscripts, stone carvings, and metalwork. The Book of Kells, produced by Irish monks around the 9th century, is one of the most famous examples. Its pages are filled with elaborate designs, interlacing patterns, and fantastical creatures, all rendered in a style that echoes pre-Christian Celtic art. The artistic tradition was not static. It absorbed influences from the wider Christian and European world, but it retained a distinctive character, recognizable as part of a Celtic continuum. This visual language became another marker of Celtic identity, one that could be appreciated even by those who did not speak the languages or know the stories. Religion, however, had undergone a complete transformation. The Druids were gone. The old gods were no longer worshipped. The sacred groves and ritual sites had been abandoned or repurposed. Christianity had replaced the native religion so thoroughly that by the medieval period, the memory of the old beliefs was fragmentary at best. The monks who wrote down the stories occasionally preserved references to pagan deities, but these references were often Christianized or reinterpreted. Gods became heroes or saints. Rituals became folklore. The religious dimension of Celtic culture, which had once been central, was now almost entirely lost. What remained was a cultural memory, a sense that there had been something before Christianity, something different and perhaps mysterious. This sense of a lost past would later become a powerful element of Celtic romanticism, but in the medieval period it was vague and unformed. The Celts had become Christians, and their identity was now shaped by that fact. Despite all these changes, the people living in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany did not see themselves as generic Europeans. They knew they were different. They spoke different languages. They told different stories. They had different customs. This awareness of difference, however muted or marginalized, was the foundation of a continuing Celtic identity. It was not the same identity as that of the ancient Celts. It could not be. Too much had changed. But it was a real identity, rooted in language and culture, and it provided a sense of continuity with the past. This identity was not always celebrated or valued by outsiders. English and French observers often viewed the Celtic-speaking populations as backward, uncivilized, and in need of reform. These attitudes would intensify in later centuries, leading to policies aimed at suppressing Celtic languages and cultures. But the existence of these negative attitudes also reinforced the sense of difference. To be Irish, or Welsh, or Breton was to be something other than English or French, and that otherness, however stigmatized, was a form of identity. The political structures that had defined the ancient Celtic world were gone. There were no more tribal federations, no more warrior aristocracies, no more druids advising kings. The social order was now feudal, with power concentrated in the hands of a small elite who controlled land and resources. The legal systems were based on Roman or Christian models, not on customary tribal law. The economic systems were more commercialized, more urban, more integrated into larger European networks. In every measurable way, the Celtic world had been transformed. Yet within this transformed world, elements of the old culture persisted. The languages, though diminished, were still spoken. The stories, though written down and Christianized, were still told. The art, though adapted to new purposes, still bore the marks of an ancient aesthetic. The people, though subjects of kings and emperors, still remembered that they were different. This persistence was not a matter of conscious resistance. It was not a political movement or a cultural revival. It was simply the inertia of tradition, the tendency of cultures to endure even when the conditions that created them have changed. People continued to speak the language they had learned as children. They continued to tell the stories they had heard from their parents. They continued to make art in the styles they had inherited. And in doing so, they kept alive a cultural tradition that had survived conquest, conversion, and marginalization. The fall of the Celts was not a single event. It was a long process, stretching over centuries, involving military defeats, cultural assimilation, and religious transformation. By the end of the medieval period, the Celts had lost almost everything that had made them a dominant force in ancient Europe. They had lost their territory, their political independence, their religion, and much of their language. They had been conquered, converted, and absorbed into larger political and cultural systems. But they had not disappeared. In the far corners of the British Isles and in Brittany, Celtic languages and cultures survived. They survived not because they were protected or valued by the powerful, but because ordinary people continued to use them in their daily lives. They survived in the stories passed down through generations, in the patterns carved into stone, in the rhythms of speech and song. The survival was fragile. The languages were in decline. The stories were being forgotten. The old ways were fading. But something remained, a thread of continuity connecting the medieval Celts to their ancient ancestors. That thread was thin and frayed, but it did not break. And because it did not break, the Celtic world, though fallen, was not dead. It had entered a new phase, one defined not by conquest or expansion, but by endurance and adaptation. The Celts had learned to survive in the margins, to preserve their culture in the face of overwhelming pressure. This survival would prove to be more important than anyone at the time could have known. Centuries later, the descendants of these marginalized communities would rediscover their heritage and reclaim their identity. They would look back to the ancient Celts and see not a defeated people, but a source of pride and inspiration. But that rediscovery was still far in the future. For now, in the late medieval period, the Celts were a diminished people, clinging to their traditions in a world that had moved on. Their political power was gone. Their territory was reduced. Their languages were in retreat. But they were still there, still speaking, still telling stories, still making art. And as long as they continued to do so, the Celtic world, however reduced, endured. The question of survival raises another question. What exactly survived? By the late medieval period, the Celtic world had contracted so dramatically that it was no longer recognizable as the same civilization that had once dominated much of Europe. What remained was not a continuation of ancient Celtic society, but a fragmented collection of regional cultures that preserved some elements of the past while adapting to new realities. The languages survived, but they were no longer the languages of warriors and druids. They were the languages of farmers and fishermen, spoken in remote villages where Latin and later English or French had not yet taken hold. These languages were oral, passed down through families, and largely unwritten until much later. They lacked the prestige and institutional support that Latin enjoyed. They were not the languages of law, commerce, or learning. They were the languages of home, of hearth, of memory. In Ireland, Gaelic remained strong longer than anywhere else. Because Ireland had never been conquered by Rome, it had not undergone the same process of Romanization that transformed Britain and Gaul. Irish remained the dominant language of the island well into the medieval period, and it was used not only in daily life, but also in literature and law. Irish monks wrote in Latin, but they also wrote in Irish, producing a body of literature that preserved ancient stories, genealogies, and legal texts. This written tradition gave Irish Gaelic a level of continuity and prestige that other Celtic languages lacked. But even in Ireland, the language was changing. The Irish of the medieval period was not the same as the Irish of the pre-Christian era. It had absorbed Latin vocabulary, Christian concepts, and new literary forms. It was a living language, and like all living languages, it evolved. In Scotland, Gaelic was spoken in the Highlands and the Western Isles, but it was increasingly marginalised by the spread of English in the lowlands. The political centre of Scotland shifted southward, and with it came the dominance of English-speaking culture. Gaelic became associated with the periphery, with the clans and the mountains, with a way of life that was seen as backward by the emerging Scottish state. In Wales, the Welsh language survived more robustly than might have been expected given centuries of English political control. Welsh remained the language of the majority of the population in rural areas, and it was used in poetry, song, and storytelling. But it too was under pressure. English was the language of the law, the church, and the aristocracy. Welsh was the language of the common people, and as such, it lacked the institutional support that would have ensured its survival in all domains of life. In Cornwall, the Cornish language was in decline. By the late medieval period, English was spreading rapidly, and Cornish was retreating into the far west of the peninsula. It would eventually die out as a spoken language, though it would be revived centuries later. In Brittany, Breton survived in the countryside, but French was the language of the towns and the nobility. Breton speakers were mostly peasants, and their language was seen as rustic and inferior by the French-speaking elite. The survival of these languages was not guaranteed. It depended on the continued use of the language in daily life, and that in turn depended on the isolation of the communities that spoke them. As roads improved, as trade expanded, as centralized governments extended their reach, the pressure on these languages increased. The survival of Celtic languages in the late medieval period was a fragile thing, sustained not by institutions or governments, but by the stubbornness of ordinary people who continued to speak the language of their ancestors. The stories survived as well, but they too were transformed. The ancient myths of the Celts, the tales of gods and heroes, of battles and quests, were no longer told in their original form. They had been Christianized, rewritten, and adapted to fit the values and beliefs of the medieval world. The old gods became saints or were demoted to fairies and spirits. The old heroes were given Christian virtues. The old stories were framed as moral lessons or historical accounts. In Ireland, the great mythological cycles, the Ulster cycle, the Fenian cycle, the mythological cycle, were written down by monks who preserved them even as they transformed them. These stories retained much of their original power and beauty, but they were no longer sacred texts. They were entertainment, literature, history. They were stories about the past, not rituals for the present. In Wales, the tales collected in the Mabinogion preserved ancient Welsh mythology, but they too had been shaped by Christian scribes and medieval literary conventions. The characters were still recognizable as Celtic heroes, but the world they inhabited was a medieval one, with castles and knights and courtly values. The old Celtic cosmology had been replaced by a Christian one, and the old pagan rituals had been forgotten or reinterpreted. The survival of these stories was important. It meant that something of the ancient Celtic worldview, the values, the aesthetics, the sense of the heroic, had been passed down. But it was not a pure transmission. It was a process of adaptation and transformation, a process that ensured survival at the cost of authenticity. The art survived in a different way. Celtic art, with its intricate interlace, its spirals, its animal motifs, did not disappear with the fall of the Celts. Instead, it was absorbed into the art of Christian Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. The great illuminated manuscripts, the Book of Kells, the Lindisfarne Gospels, are among the most famous examples of this fusion. These manuscripts were created by Christian monks, but their decoration was unmistakably Celtic. The same patterns that had adorned the shields and torques of ancient warriors now framed the words of the Gospels. This was not simply continuity, it was transformation. The art had been repurposed, given new meaning, placed in the service of a new religion, but the aesthetic remained, and with it, a connection to the past. Stone crosses in Ireland and Scotland, carved with intricate Celtic designs, stood in churchyards and at crossroads, marking the landscape with symbols that linked the Christian present to the pagan past. These crosses were Christian monuments, but they spoke in a visual language that was unmistakably Celtic. The survival of Celtic art in this form was a testament to the adaptability of the tradition. It showed that cultural forms could survive even when the culture that created them had been fundamentally transformed. The art was no longer pagan, but it was still Celtic. And that was enough to keep the tradition alive. By the end of the medieval period, the Celtic world had been reduced to a handful of regions on the northwestern edge of Europe: Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, Brittany. These were the last strongholds of Celtic culture, and even there, the culture was under pressure. English and French were expanding. Christianity had replaced paganism, and the political independence that had once defined the Celts was gone. But something had survived. The languages, though diminished, were still spoken. The stories, though transformed, were still told. The art, though adapted, still bore the marks of an ancient aesthetic. This survival was not a victory. It was a rearguard action, a desperate clinging to tradition in the face of overwhelming change. But it was survival nonetheless. The survival of Celtic culture in these regions was not simply a matter of geography, it was also a matter of identity. The people of these regions had come to see themselves as different from their neighbours. They spoke different languages, told different stories, had different customs. This sense of difference was not always articulated in explicitly ethnic terms. People did not necessarily think of themselves as Celts in the way that we might today. But they knew they were not English, not French, not fully part of the dominant culture. This sense of difference, this awareness of a distinct identity, was crucial to the survival of Celtic culture. It gave people a reason to preserve the language, to tell the stories, to maintain the traditions. It was not enough to ensure the survival of everything, but it was enough to ensure the survival of something. The survival of Celtic culture was also a matter of resistance, though not always conscious or political. The people of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, and Brittany did not set out to preserve Celtic culture as an act of defiance. But in continuing to speak their languages and tell their stories, they were, in effect, resisting the homogenizing forces of the dominant culture. They were asserting their right to be different, to maintain their own traditions, to live according to their own customs. This resistance was quiet, everyday, and largely invisible to the powerful, but it was real, and it was effective. The fall of the Celts was not a sudden catastrophe. It was a slow erosion, a gradual loss of territory, power, and cultural autonomy. Over the course of a millennium, the Celts went from being one of the dominant peoples of Europe to a collection of marginalized communities on the edge of the continent. They lost their political independence, their religious traditions, and much of their territory. They were conquered by Rome, displaced by Germanic tribes, and converted to Christianity. By the end of the medieval period, the Celtic world had shrunk to a fraction of its former size. But the fall of the Celts was not complete. In Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, and Brittany, Celtic cultures survived, diminished but unbroken. The languages continued to be spoken, the stories continued to be told, the art continued to be made. This survival was fragile and precarious, dependent on the continued use of the language and traditions in daily life. But it was survival. And it was enough to ensure that the Celtic world, though fallen, did not disappear entirely. The thread of continuity, though thin, remained unbroken. And because it remained unbroken, the story of the Celts did not end with their fall. It continued quietly in the margins, waiting for a time when it would be rediscovered and reclaimed. The rediscovery began slowly, almost imperceptibly, in the centuries following the medieval period. For a long time, the Celtic world remained what it had become, a collection of peripheral cultures, speaking languages that few outsiders understood, telling stories that few outsiders heard. The wider world had moved on. The Renaissance looked to Greece and Rome for inspiration. The Enlightenment celebrated reason and progress. The Celtic fringe was seen, when it was seen at all, as backward, primitive, a relic of a forgotten past. But something was stirring. In the margins, in the manuscripts, in the songs still sung in cottage kitchens, the Celtic world had not disappeared. It had only been sleeping. The 18th century brought the first stirrings of what would become a full-blown Celtic revival. Scholars began to take an interest in the languages and literature of Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. They started collecting manuscripts, recording oral traditions, translating ancient texts. What they found surprised them. The Celtic world, far from being primitive, had produced a rich and sophisticated literary tradition. The stories were complex, the poetry intricate, the mythology profound. These were not the crude tales of barbarians. They were the products of a highly developed culture, one that had been overlooked and underestimated for centuries. The publication of these texts had a profound impact. In Ireland, the discovery of the Ulster cycle and the Táin Bó Cúailnge revealed a heroic age to rival that of Greece or Rome. In Wales, the Mabinogion offered a collection of tales that were strange, beautiful, and deeply mythological. In Scotland, the poems attributed to Ossian, though later revealed to be largely the work of James Macpherson, sparked a Europe-wide fascination with Celtic culture. Suddenly, the Celts were fashionable. They were no longer relics. They were romantics. This romanticization was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it brought attention to Celtic culture, sparked interest in Celtic languages, and encouraged efforts to preserve what remained. On the other hand, it often distorted that culture, turning it into something it had never been. The Celts became symbols of wildness, freedom, and noble savagery. They were imagined as mystics and warriors, living in harmony with nature, uncorrupted by civilization. This image was appealing, but it was not accurate. The real Celts had been farmers and traders, craftsmen and priests, politicians and poets. They had been complex, contradictory, and fully human, but the romantic image stuck, and it shaped how the Celtic world was understood for generations. The 19th century saw the rise of nationalism across Europe, and this had a profound impact on the Celtic world. In Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany, intellectuals and activists began to argue that their peoples were not merely regional minorities, but distinct nations with their own histories, languages, and cultures. The Celtic identity became a political identity. Language became a rallying point. Efforts were made to revive and promote Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Welsh, and Breton. Schools were established. Books were published. Societies were formed. The goal was not just to preserve the past, but to reclaim the future. This Celtic nationalism was often tied to resistance against English or French domination. In Ireland, the struggle for independence was framed, in part, as a struggle to preserve Irish identity and culture. The Gaelic League, founded in 1893, sought to promote the Irish language and de-Anglicise Irish culture. In Wales, similar movements sought to preserve Welsh language and identity in the face of increasing Anglicisation. In Brittany, activists worked to promote Breton language and culture, often in opposition to the centralising tendencies of the French state. These movements were not always successful, but they did succeed in keeping Celtic culture alive and in the public consciousness. The 20th century brought both triumph and tragedy to the Celtic world. On the one hand, Ireland achieved independence, and the Irish language was given official status. In Wales, the Welsh language experienced a revival, and Welsh language education became more widespread. In Scotland, there was growing interest in Scottish Gaelic and Scottish identity. On the other hand, the pressures of modernisation, urbanisation, and globalisation continued to erode traditional Celtic cultures. The number of native speakers of Celtic languages continued to decline. Traditional ways of life were abandoned. The threat of extinction remained real, yet the Celtic world did not disappear. Instead, it adapted. Celtic identity became something that could be claimed and performed, not just inherited. People who did not speak Celtic languages could still identify as Celtic, could still participate in Celtic culture, could still draw on Celtic traditions. Festivals were established, music was revived, art was celebrated. The Celtic world became a cultural brand, a symbol of heritage and identity, a source of pride. This was not the ancient Celtic world, but it was a continuation of it, a new chapter in a very old story. Today, the Celtic world exists in a form that would be unrecognizable to the ancient Celts. The political structures are gone. The religious traditions have been transformed. The languages are spoken by a minority, but the culture, in some form, survives. It survives in the languages still spoken in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany. It survives in the stories still told, the music still played, the art still made. It survives in the sense of identity that people still claim, in the pride they still feel, in the connection they still maintain to a past that stretches back thousands of years. The survival of Celtic culture is a testament to the resilience of human identity. It shows that culture is not something that can be easily erased, that it can survive conquest, displacement, and marginalization. It shows that even when a people lose their political power, their territory, their independence, they can still retain something essential, something that defines who they are. The Celts lost their world, but they did not lose themselves. They adapted, they endured, they survived. The fall of the Celts was not a simple story of defeat. It was a complex process of transformation, one that involved conquest and resistance, assimilation and preservation, loss and survival. The Celts were conquered by Rome, displaced by Germanic tribes, converted to Christianity, and marginalized by the dominant cultures of Europe. They lost their political independence, their religious traditions, and much of their territory. By the end of the medieval period, the Celtic world had shrunk to a fraction of its former size, confined to the edges of the European continent. But the story did not end there. In Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, and Brittany, Celtic cultures survived, diminished but unbroken. The languages continued to be spoken. The stories continued to be told. The traditions continued to be maintained. This survival was fragile, precarious, dependent on the continued use of the language and traditions in daily life. But it was survival, and it was enough to ensure that the Celtic world, though fallen, did not disappear entirely. The legacy of the Celts is complex. They left no empire, no great cities, no monumental architecture. They left languages, stories, and traditions. They left a sense of identity that has endured for millennia. They left a cultural heritage that has influenced art, literature, and music across Europe and beyond. They left a reminder that culture is not just about power and territory, but about language, memory, and identity. The Celts also left a lesson. They showed that a culture can survive even when it loses everything else. They showed that identity is not just about political power or territorial control, but about the stories people tell, the languages they speak, the traditions they maintain. They showed that even the most marginalized communities can preserve something essential, something that defines who they are, something that connects them to their past and carries them into their future. The fall of the Celts was a slow process, one that unfolded over centuries. It involved military conquest, cultural assimilation, and religious transformation. It involved loss and adaptation, resistance and survival. It was not a single event, but a long decline, a gradual erosion of power and territory, but it was not a complete extinction. The Celts survived in reduced form in the margins of Europe, and in surviving, they ensured that their story did not end with their fall. Today, the Celtic world is a shadow of what it once was. The great Celtic kingdoms are gone. The Druids are no more. The languages are spoken by a fraction of the population. But the culture, in some form, endures. It endures in the music of Ireland, the poetry of Wales, the traditions of Scotland, the festivals of Brittany. It endures in the sense of identity that millions of people still claim, in the pride they still feel, in the connection they still maintain to a past that stretches back into the mists of prehistory. The Celts lost their world, but they did not lose their soul. They lost their political power, but they retained their cultural identity. They were conquered, displaced, and marginalized, but they survived. And in surviving, they proved that culture is not something that can be easily destroyed. That identity is not something that can be easily erased, that a people can endure even when everything else is taken from them. The fall of the Celts was not the end of the story. It was only the beginning of a new chapter, one that continues to be written today. The Celts who survived into modernity carried with them fragments of a shattered world. By the time the 20th century arrived, what remained of Celtic culture was no longer a living, breathing civilization in the sense that ancient Gaul or pre-Roman Britain had been. It was something else entirely. A cultural memory, a linguistic inheritance, a collection of symbols and stories that people could claim, reinterpret, and carry forward. The ancient world had vanished, but its echoes persisted in ways both profound and unexpected. The languages offer the clearest picture of what survived and what was lost. Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Welsh, Breton, Cornish, and Manx all descended from the languages once spoken across half of Europe. But by the modern era, these languages were spoken by shrinking populations, often in remote rural areas where modernity had arrived slowly. They were no longer the languages of power, commerce, or education. They were the languages of home, of memory, of resistance. In Ireland, despite centuries of English rule and deliberate suppression, Irish survived. It never regained its position as the majority language, but it became a symbol of Irish identity and a rallying point for independence movements. The Irish language revival of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, led by organisations like the Gaelic League, succeeded in keeping the language alive, even as the number of native speakers declined. When Ireland achieved independence, Irish was enshrined as the national language, taught in schools, and used in official capacities. This did not reverse the decline, but it ensured that the language would not disappear entirely. In Scotland, Gaelic retreated further into the Highlands and Islands. By the 20th century, it was spoken by a small minority, mostly in the Western Isles and remote Highland communities. Efforts to promote and preserve the language came late, and by then, English had become the dominant language even in traditionally Gaelic-speaking areas. Yet Scottish Gaelic did not die. It remained a living language, spoken by tens of thousands, and it became a marker of Highland identity and Scottish cultural distinctiveness. In Wales, the story was different. Welsh survived more robustly than any other Celtic language on the island of Britain. Despite centuries of English political dominance and policies aimed at suppressing the language, Welsh remained the majority language in rural Wales well into the 19th century. The 20th century saw a remarkable revival. Welsh medium education expanded, Welsh language media flourished, and the language gained official status. Today, Welsh is spoken by hundreds of thousands and is taught in schools across Wales. It is the most successful of the surviving Celtic languages, a testament to the determination of the Welsh people to preserve their linguistic heritage. In Brittany, Breton faced relentless pressure from the French state, which pursued policies of linguistic and cultural homogenization. The use of Breton in schools was discouraged and sometimes punished. The language retreated into the countryside, spoken by older generations, but not always passed on to the young. By the late 20th century, Breton was endangered, spoken by a small and aging population. Revival efforts have had some success, but the language remains fragile, its future uncertain. Cornish and Manx both died out as community languages in the modern period. Cornish was last spoken natively in the 18th century, and Manx in the 20th. Both have been revived by dedicated language activists, and today there are small communities of second language speakers. These revivals are remarkable achievements, but they cannot recreate the unbroken chain of transmission that once existed. The languages have been brought back from extinction, but they are not the same as they were. The survival of these languages, even in diminished form, is extraordinary. Most ancient languages disappear without a trace, absorbed into dominant tongues and forgotten. The Celtic languages survived because communities chose to preserve them, often at great cost. Speaking Irish or Welsh or Breton was not just a linguistic choice. It was an act of cultural defiance, a refusal to be assimilated, a determination to remain distinct. The stories survived as well, though in forms that would have been unrecognizable to the ancient Celts. The myths recorded by medieval monks became the basis for a literary tradition that evolved over centuries. In Ireland, the tales of Cuchulainn and Finn mac Cumhaill were retold in poetry, drama, and eventually film. In Wales, the Mabinogion inspired generations of writers and artists. These stories were no longer sacred texts. They were cultural artifacts, symbols of a heroic past, sources of inspiration and identity. The Arthurian legends, which drew heavily on Celtic sources, became one of the most enduring mythological cycles in European literature. King Arthur, whether he was a historical figure or not, became a symbol of Celtic resistance and nobility. His story was told and retold across Europe, adapted to different cultures and contexts, but always retaining a connection to its Celtic roots. The matter of Britain, as it came to be known, ensured that Celtic mythology remained part of the European cultural consciousness long after the political power of the Celts had disappeared. Celtic art also endured and evolved. The intricate knotwork and spirals that had characterized ancient Celtic metalwork became a recognizable aesthetic, one that was revived and celebrated in the modern era. The Celtic revival of the late 19th and early 20th centuries saw a resurgence of interest in Celtic design, which was incorporated into everything from jewelry to architecture. This was not a simple continuation of ancient tradition. It was a reimagining, a creative reinterpretation of ancient forms for modern purposes. But it kept the aesthetic alive and ensured that Celtic art remained a living tradition rather than a museum curiosity. Music became another vehicle for Celtic cultural expression. Traditional Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and Breton music, with its distinctive melodies and rhythms, survived in rural communities and was later revived and popularized. The folk music revival of the mid-20th century brought Celtic music to a global audience. Bands and musicians drew on traditional forms, blending them with modern influences to create something new but still recognizably Celtic. This music became a powerful marker of Celtic identity, a way for people to connect with their heritage and express their distinctiveness. The political legacy of the Celts is more complicated. The ancient Celts never formed a unified political entity, and the modern Celtic nations have followed different paths. Ireland achieved independence and became a republic. Scotland and Wales remain part of the United Kingdom, though both have gained significant devolution and autonomy. Brittany remains part of France, with limited recognition of its distinct identity. These political arrangements reflect centuries of history, conquest, and negotiation. They are not the result of a unified Celtic political movement, but rather the outcome of distinct national struggles. Yet the idea of a shared Celtic identity has persisted. In the modern era, the concept of the Celtic fringe or the Celtic nations has gained traction. Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Brittany, Cornwall, and the Isle of Man are often grouped together as the surviving Celtic regions, united by language, culture, and a shared sense of distinctiveness. This pan-Celtic identity is a modern construct, one that would have been foreign to the ancient Celts, but it has become a meaningful way for people in these regions to understand themselves and their place in the world. The Celtic revival of the 19th and 20th centuries played a crucial role in shaping modern Celtic identity. Scholars, writers, and activists rediscovered the Celtic past and used it to construct a narrative of cultural continuity. This narrative was not always historically accurate. It often romanticized the ancient Celts, ignoring the complexities and contradictions of their societies. But it provided a sense of heritage and pride, a connection to a past that had been neglected and undervalued. It gave people a reason to preserve their languages, tell their stories, and maintain their traditions. The question of what it means to be Celtic in the modern world is complicated. For some, it is a matter of language. To be Celtic is to speak a Celtic language, to participate in a linguistic community that stretches back centuries. For others, it is a matter of culture. To be Celtic is to engage with Celtic music, art, and literature, to celebrate Celtic festivals, to maintain Celtic customs. For still others, it is a matter of identity. To be Celtic is to feel a connection to the Celtic past, to claim a heritage, to assert a distinctiveness. None of these definitions is entirely satisfactory. Language is important, but most people who identify as Celtic do not speak a Celtic language. Culture is important, but cultures evolve and change, and modern Celtic culture is very different from ancient Celtic culture. Identity is important, but identity is subjective and fluid, and not everyone in the Celtic regions identifies as Celtic. The concept of Celticity is contested, debated, and constantly redefined. What is clear is that the Celts, in some form, have survived. They survived conquest by Rome, displacement by Germanic tribes, conversion to Christianity, and marginalization by modern nation-states. They survived because people chose to preserve their languages, tell their stories, and maintain their traditions. They survived because communities refused to be assimilated, refused to forget, refused to disappear. The survival was never guaranteed. At multiple points in history, it seemed like Celtic culture would vanish entirely. The languages came close to extinction. The stories were nearly forgotten. The traditions were almost lost. But each time, individuals and communities stepped forward to preserve what remained. Monks copied manuscripts. Bards memorized poetry. Parents taught their children the old language. Activists founded organizations. Scholars published grammars and dictionaries. Musicians played traditional tunes. Artists created new works in old styles. This preservation was not a passive process. It required effort, sacrifice, and determination. It required people to make difficult choices, to prioritize cultural continuity over economic opportunity, to speak a minority language in a world that valued majority tongues, to tell old stories in a world that celebrated novelty. It required communities to resist the pressures of assimilation and to maintain their distinctiveness in the face of overwhelming odds. The legacy of the Celts is not just what they created in the ancient world. It is also what they preserved through centuries of decline and marginalization. It is the languages still spoken, the stories still told, the music still played, the art still made. It is the sense of identity that millions of people still claim, the pride they still feel, the connection they still maintain to a past that stretches back millennia. The Celts lost their political power. They lost their territory. They lost their independence. They lost their druids, their tribal structures, their dominance over Europe. But they did not lose everything. They retained their languages, their stories, their cultural identity. They adapted, endured, and survived. And in surviving, they proved that culture is resilient, that identity is durable, that a people can lose almost everything and still remain themselves. The fall of the Celts was a long, slow process of erosion and transformation. It was not a single catastrophic event, but a series of defeats, displacements, and adaptations that unfolded over more than a millennium. The Celts were conquered, converted, and marginalized. They were pushed to the edges of Europe, confined to remote regions, reduced to a fraction of their former size. But they did not disappear. What remains today is not the ancient Celtic world. That world is gone, irretrievably lost. What remains is a cultural inheritance, a linguistic tradition, a body of stories and symbols that people can draw on to construct their identities and understand their place in the world. It is a living tradition, one that continues to evolve and change, but one that maintains a connection to a distant past. The Celts are no longer a dominant force in Europe. They do not control empires or shape the destiny of nations, but they are still here, still speaking their languages, still telling their stories, still making their art. They are still asserting their right to be different, to maintain their own traditions, to live according to their own customs. And as long as they continue to do so, the Celtic world, though fallen, will not have disappeared entirely. It will continue quietly in the margins, carried forward by those who refuse to let it die.